Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Dr. Brooks by Raylin Marks. Narrated by Jeremy York and Stephanie Rose. Chapter 1. Colin. Medical conferences usually intrigued me, but this one kicked my ass. Thank God it was finally over. This thing was as dull as they got. The only presentations that seemed to shed new light on the medical science industry were the lectures Jake and I had delivered. Everyone else's talks and presentations made it feel like we were back in freaking high school when the substitute teachers determined we'd watch videos from the 1970s in science class. I guess the most irritating part of this conference was the fact that my best friend, Jake, chief cardiovascular surgeon, and I were the only presenters who seemed to have done our goddamn jobs to share our research. Contrary to what I'd been bored to fucking tears by since this started 3 days ago, mine and Jake's presentations were current, not some rewind of known case studies from 40 years ago. Thank God I was born with the gift of unwavering patience, or I'd have left this final lecture of the day. I was at my limit, and I needed a drink. Tonight, Jake and I would attend the after-party event, something we'd passed on the previous nights. Maybe one reason no one was complaining about the boring lectures was that they'd all probably been nursing hangovers since they got here. One of the many reasons not to hold business functions in Las Vegas. Vegas came to life at night. I knew that, and I'd lived that on numerous weekend trips before. This trip, however, I stayed off of the Strip and stayed safely at my hotel's pool. Granted, it was the biggest party pool oasis I'd ever seen before in my fucking life, but it was still less trouble than I was used to. The pool was lit up to create the ambiance of the nightlife, transporting and treating guests to an enchanting evening in a tropical paradise. Acres of water, palms, and any other treat you'd expect to find while vacationing in your own tropical world were present. What wasn't present was the gin I needed in my hand right about now. That's when I spotted Jake, sitting at a spot that was designed to impress our sizable medical group and further this experience by bringing us into an enchanting Tahitian resort. I stepped up to where Jake was already seated on a bar stool. "Hey, sexy, looking for a date tonight?" I gripped my best friend's shoulder as I slid onto a stool next to him. "I'll have a Bombay Sapphire on the rocks." I motioned to the bartender who'd moved my direction. "I don't date pretentious assholes who drink gin," Jake said with a laugh while drinking his scotch. "Jesus, man." He rubbed his forehead and looked over at me. "Am I ever glad this shitstorm finally blew the fuck out of here." I took a large gulp of my favorite liquor and let the drink bring my mind back to life again. Yeah, Obstetrics 101 was my favorite course. Obstetrics 101. Jake rose his glass to me. That's certainly one way of looking at these fucked up lectures. Well, this whole conference is easily compared to the nightmare of our college years. What the fuck was this damn thing for, anyway? Hell if I know anymore. Jake laughed. My guess is a lesson to teach each medical professional about what others do for a living. Jake leaned his elbows on the polished wooden bar. So, OB 101, eh? Did you learn how to deliver a baby today? I laughed, slowly unwinding with each sip of gin. Yes, and it's a good thing I did. I brought the rim of my glass to my lips. So when you knock up Ash for a second time, she can use me as her midwife, and I can help deliver your next child in your bathtub. Jake smiled. The only in-home delivery you'll be doing for Ash is when she calls for Chinese takeout. He sighed. Shit, this area is larger than I thought. 3 fucking pools, waterfalls, palm trees? He frowned. Where are we? Tahiti? I was actually looking for the exit to the beach when I walked out here, I said, though it's still not tempting enough to keep me here until morning. That's when my eye caught the image of a vivacious and attractive young woman. She strolled out with a group of individuals. Her beaming smile and the liveliness in her step instantly caught my attention. But it wasn't a minute before she disappeared through the crowd that surrounded the multiple pools. I had no business letting my mind go in that direction with a woman while at a medical conference after-party, but I couldn't help but be taken aback when I saw her. "Excuse me, gentlemen?" I was the first to look back and find a tall, hot blonde with bright red lips and a barely-there bikini, heading up a pack of what I quickly concluded were single women. It didn't matter how fucking hot they were. Jake and I had drawn a hard line in the sand when it came to fucking around with women at medical conferences. That had nearly cost us everything while we were interns. "Yes," I said, keeping the flirting at bay and smiling to be polite. "We're from the Institute of Science Medical Internship," Red Lips started, "and we're looking to enjoy the night after this long conference. Do either of you mind if we join you?" Jake's eyes met mine in warning, and this week had been such a disaster that I figured I might as well spice it up a little. My happily married best friend was so in love with Ash that I didn't think he even noticed hot chicks anymore. His wild days were in the past, and so it was up to me to shake things up a little. The bastard had put me through hell enough times, and so I enjoyed repaying the favor now and then. "Join us?" I answered the blonde. I eyed her red bikini and red stilettos, and I figured that if there were a poolside Vegas Barbie doll, it would have looked exactly like this woman. I had to give her credit, though. She'd matched up her outfit, if you could call it that, to her lipstick. "You must be complimented on how you've coordinated all this red." I waved my hand toward her, while the group of girls behind her giggled. "You'd make those hot chicks on Baywatch a tad bit jealous. I assume that's what you were aiming for?" She laughed, while Jake pointedly ignored the trap of women I'd been lured into. "Red is my favorite color," she said. "So, you guys are okay with us hanging?" Son of a bitch. I ran my hand through my hair. "I'm sorry, I almost forgot, and now I have to break your heart. You see, I'm married." Jake looked at me, while I slid my left hand discreetly to him, and he quickly picked up on my need to borrow his wedding ring so I could get out of this. These were interns, young, hot, and trouble. Being best friends since childhood, Jake and I read each other as twins would, though he had no idea what I was really up to, which made this situation that much more enjoyable. I slid his ring on while using the distraction of ordering another gin. What the hell, did they water the liquor down at this place? Cheap-ass medical group most likely asked to have it served up that way. "I didn't see a wedding ring on your hand," the shorter redhead in the bunch said. "Nice one." "Oh, it's there. It just doesn't stand out so easily. Must be the onyx color of the band, but it's right here." I wiggled the fingers of my left hand and elbowed Jake. "If you want a hot and single doctor, this is your man right here." "You're fucking joking, right?" Jake grumbled in a whisper. It didn't matter how quietly Jake responded. These girls were tuned in and hanging on to every word. "Well," I smirked at Jake, "I would be fucking joking if you weren't the best man at my wedding." Jake turned back to the women, and his eyes widened when he took in Barbie and the whole Vegas gang. "Wow, you must like the color red." He stopped himself, and I smiled. "Sorry, I thought my friend was fucking with you until now. You really did match up your lipstick to that bikini." "You're awfully blunt," she snapped. "It's why he's single," I chimed in. "You see, he's most likely already determining which one of you he's going to take back to his room and fuck before he sends you on a walk of shame." I meet Jake's humored eyes. "You know I'm 100% accurate on that one." "There are plenty of women to back that up," he stated factually. I looked back at the woman in red. "Does that lipstick rub off?" I pinched my lips, trying not to laugh. The chick's face was now showing that she was fucking pissed at me and Jake for acting like dicks. Jake held his hands up in innocence. "Hey, I'm just the single asshole." Jake gripped my shoulder. "It's Mr. Forever Guy who loves to cheat on his wife while we're out." He eyed me as if to show he'd just kicked the ball back into my court. If you're into the brilliance of a sexy brain surgeon, he gulped his scotch, this is your boy right here. Then why would he wear a wedding ring? It's kinky, I said. I think chicks dig being homewreckers. Now, I'm curious as to how you'll look with those red lips and no matching bikini. Right? Jake feigned curiosity. Like, would it all work without the matchy-matchy? He shrugged. Exactly. I took a sip of gin. Do the lips complement the bikini? Does the bikini complement the lips? Heels, no heels, I answered him. Maybe I do want to find out for myself, too. You up for sharing after you find out? I held in my laughter. I'm shocked you're considering sloppy seconds this time. I looked at Jake, both of us being dumbasses like we were known to be when we weren't interested. You deserve first dibs. This conference was harder on you than it was me. Truer words have never been spoken. I'll text you when we're done. I glanced back to be confronted with deadly looks. You still up for it, Barbie? Let's get out of here, Kimmy, another girl said, but my attention was instantly diverted from the women on the prowl. They always say the hot ones are pricks. I think it was Barbie who said that. I didn't know or care. I was locked in on the gorgeous woman from earlier. I was fully absorbed as I watched her dance, swaying her hips fluidly in a flawless salsa style of dancing. Yeah, I said in a dismissive tone, while I glanced around Jake to keep my eye on the sexy woman. I gripped Jake's shoulder. Who the fuck is that on the dance floor? The entertainment, he answered, looking past the bar where we sat and out to the dance floor. The hell if I know. I'm about to go find out. Jake grabbed my arm. Bad idea, he said. She was in one of my seminars. She's off limits. The hell she is, I said. Call. Jake looked at me as if I were crazy. What the fuck are you doing? And give me my ring back, you jackass. I absently gave him the ring. Remember when we learned salsa years ago? I smiled at him. I'm about to cash in on that shit. That was a long-ass time ago, and in Florida, not Vegas. He sipped his drink. It was also to get us those 2 Cuban princesses in their thong swimsuits to dance with us, and into our beds. I finished his sentence. Well, it looks like that was for the greater good, because I'm about to put those skills to work. You still think you have those moves? I nodded. I'm about to find out if all that money and lessons paid off. You're a horny idiot. Pull your shit together and remember where the fuck we are. A medical conference shindig. Jesus, read the goddamn room or something. That's precisely what I'm doing, I said, watching every flawless dance step while she showed off her perfectly round ass in a fun and exuberant way. Unlike everyone else who was out here, either dressed to impress or wearing bikinis that matched their stilettos, she was dressed simply and casually. Jesus H. Christ, I was smitten as fuck by this woman. She wore a plain white tank that enhanced the glow of her naturally tanned skin. Her super short, cut-off denim shorts were frayed at the hem, highlighting the strong muscles of her gorgeous legs. Her tight ass moved and played along to the rhythm of the music that the live band played, making me believe we were actually in Florida. Florida, Vegas, heaven. I didn't even know where I was anymore. I just knew where I wasn't, out there on the dance floor, joining this woman. Her smile was effervescent, and even though I couldn't hear her laugh, I could tell it was something I had to be close to. This wasn't about me wanting to fuck some hot chick I'd spotted who was shaking her ass out on the dance floor. This woman had fucking bewitched me with the way her hips moved to the music and the animated and cheerful way she lit up this whole place. I stayed back and admired her from a distance, but I wanted more. No way in hell could I sit here and hide behind my rules of never pursuing someone in the medical field. Not with this woman. The more I watched her, the more I needed to be in her presence. I couldn't explain any of my behavior or the way I felt. All I knew was I was wasting time sitting here and debating right versus reason. All sense left my mind, and Jake's warnings and reminders about staying away from females in our line of work, gone. All that was on my mind was cutting into her dance, pulling her against me by the small of her back, and guiding her in a more challenging dance, and into my arms from there. "Fuck it. Just go get it," Jake laughed. "You're already consumed by this woman. Don't say I didn't warn your stupid ass." I walked toward the crowd she'd drawn in, easing myself to the side and slipping out to where she teased the musicians by following the music, her movements fluid and sexy as hell. I watched her feet, her style, focusing on her skill instead of that beautiful smile that I knew would trip my ass up. If I was going to interrupt her entertaining the group, I had to fall in perfectly. If she were the natural talent I was witnessing, she'd easily follow my lead. As if it were meant to be, I stepped in behind her slowly swaying hips and took the hand she held in the air and clasped it into mine. She reacted like someone who was expecting a dance partner, and she allowed me to clutch her hip with my other hand and spin her back to me. I dipped her for the hell of it, and that's when her golden brown eyes met mine. I pulled her up in one fluid motion, her hands molding into mine as if they were created to be held by them alone. She arched her eyebrow, her lashes emphasizing the chestnut irises I wanted to drown in. "May I ask who you are, sir?" she asked, moving her hips, complimenting each step I took to guide her in our dance that became more intimate with each moment. "Your future husband," I grinned, spinning her away from me. Her long, flowing hair breezed through the air while I spun her back, and I took her other hand, turning her back to mold against me. "You're confident," she laughed as I twirled her out and dipped her to add to our little routine while bringing her to face me in our dance again. "God damn, you're beautiful," I said, almost missing a step as I let her eyes and that bright expression of hers that had lured me out here take me as her victim. "I could say the same about you," she said, as we continued to move our dance into a more daring, after-dark routine. "And what would you say about me?" I asked, when I pulled her in close. "I have no idea who you are." "Colin." I gave her my real name. "You dance well, Colin," she said, her lips full. My God, this woman's spark of delightful energy radiated from her. "Where'd you learn to dance like this?" "Doesn't matter," I said, pulling my face down to her neck. She smelled like paradise. It was coconut and some floral scent mixed together, assaulting my senses in the best of ways. "All that matters is that I'm out here with you." She laughed again, and I never wanted this dance to end. Did someone slip me a love potion? What was going on with me? Who the hell was this woman? After the dance was over, she thanked me, then tried to escape my grips. "I believe I owe you a drink?" I bit my bottom lip, watching her smooth her hair back into a ponytail. "I believe you do." Her forehead creased in humor. "So," she said, as I held her hand and guided her through the crowd as the music changed behind us to allow for more dancing. "Are you a doctor or an intern?" I grinned. "What do you think?" "I don't think doctors are as handsome as you." She giggled and nudged my arm as if we were reunited friends from a past life. "And I also don't think doctors dance as well as you." We arrived at the bar where Jake was in conversation with 2 older gentlemen and 2 younger women. He halted his conversation and eyed me and the woman I'd snatched up from the dance floor. "You think I'm an intern, then?" I asked. "What are you having?" "Water for now," she said, sitting on the stool next to where Jake sat. "Hey, Mario," she smiled at the bartender. "You look great out there, Elena," he said. "It's going to suck around here after you leave tonight." "I believe I have a question for you," I said, taking the stool to her left, Jake now fully facing the bar, listening in on us. "Well, then ask away, dance partner," she said, holding up her bottle of water. "Thanks," she said with a wink to the gentleman behind the bar. "Seems like Mario knows you well enough." I kept my eyes locked on her. "Are you part of the medical group or the entertainment?" Jake laughed. "Mario and I both think that she was doing well out there alone before your sneaky ass joined her." She turned and smiled at Jake. "Well, if it isn't the famed Dr. Jacob Mitchell," she said with a laugh that could probably cure a lot of diseases in our industry. "In the flesh. I see you've met my best friend and intern, Colin." She turned back to me, and her expression was a dead giveaway that she read Jake's face well enough to know he was bullshitting her. "Wait." She delivered the sexiest and most dynamic expression I'd seen from her yet. "You both are the two steamy and sexy docs from St. John's, correct?" "Don't tell me you know who I am from when the media followed my sorry ass around, documenting the lamest bullshit ever," Jake said. She giggled and tipped back her bottled water. My dick was joining in on the party now. Her full lips could have been viewed in so many better ways than wrapped around that water bottle. "I didn't see that part," she laughed. "I felt for you when my dad told me what had happened when your life was exploited." She shook her head. "But no, I just watched you in that docuseries. You were fantastic in your presentation here, too. It makes me wish I looked more into becoming a heart surgeon now." She laughed, then looked at me. "And you, Dr. Colin Brooks, the youngest neurosurgeon with a level of boldness and genius skill that is unmatched, yet you still find the time to be an arrogant asshole, or so your predecessor says." Her eyebrows shot up in humor, while she and Jake laughed together. "Are the rumors circling this conference about you accurate?" I arched my eyebrow at the sexy way she teased me. "Perhaps. It looks like Dr. Alvarez's parting words were sent in the invitations to everyone here at the conference. Not a very nice predecessor." "Is that so?" She hit me with a toying look. "What exactly were Dr. Alvarez's parting words to you?" Well, as he gladly passed the torch to me in taking his place on our ward, his final words were mostly that I was the only arrogant asshole he trusted to stand in his place as neuro chief. A laugh erupted from her in the most delightful way. "Seems like you've already met my dad, then. He's Dr. Alvarez." That's when Jake nearly choked on his scotch, using the back of his hand to cover the fact he'd sucked the alcohol down the wrong pipe. "Your dad?" I questioned in disbelief. This should have ended my fascination instantly, but instead I couldn't give a shit who she was related to. I'd somehow mentally staked some claim on her and wasn't losing her over anything now. "According to your introduction to me on the dance floor, he's your future father-in-law. I do hope you both get along. Life will suck if I have to pick between my beloved father and you, Dr. Brooks." I grinned and ordered a beer. The gin had handled my nerves from earlier, and now, all I wanted now was to nurse the beer and enjoy the company of the woman who made every cell in my body come alive. Dr. Alvarez was quite the brilliant neurosurgeon. We were sad to see him retire. "And you?" I questioned. "You never thoroughly answered my question." "And which question was that?" she asked. "Yeah, I think all questions are nailed into your coffin by now," Jake warned with a smile. Damn, it was so intriguing how she blended in with Jake and me as if we were all old friends. "You think my dad will kick his ass for hitting on me, Dr. Mitchell?" she asked Jake while studying me. "I think Alvarez will definitely kick his ass," Jake said with a laugh. "So the question is," she said, ordering a beer herself, "am I worth that ass kicking?" "Yes, and you're smartly avoiding my main question," I said, taking another sip of my beer. "What exactly is it that you do, and where the hell have you been all my life?" Jake's eyes widened while he shook his head. I'm going to need water and a Heineken, Mario, he called out to the bartender, and then looked at me. This is going to be a long, entertaining night. Jake knew I'd already destroyed all our guidelines for playing it safe in this industry. Now here I was, pursuing our former chief neurosurgeon's daughter. Miguel could easily kick my ass, even in his 60s. Was it worth it? To see this smile and be around the boisterous energy of this woman for the rest of my life? You're goddamn right, it was worth it. Where have I been all your life? She said with a devious laugh. Well, I've been in Florida, busting my ass so I can work at St. John's. Looks like you and I might be getting married after all, Dr. Brooks. Well, professionally, anyway, she teased. I licked my lips after taking another sip of beer. How so? I'm working in St. John's Neuro Ward and will have my own office outside of the hospital as well. Quite the dream that I worked very hard to achieve. What will you be doing exactly? Surgery? Research? Jake asked, but I already knew. She never pulled her eyes from mine. I'll be the new neuropsychologist, I finished her sentence. That's right, Doc, she teased me with those luscious lips. You're moving into my office building, I said, studying her. And yes, I arched an eyebrow, taking another sip of my beer. You and I will be joined at the hip, mostly. I'm the one who requested a neuropsychologist to work closely with me, my patients, and even in some of my surgeries. I didn't know they'd already hired someone. I was supposed to have the final say in who took the new position. Looks like we both got screwed this week, missing my brother's board meetings, Jake said, shifting to face us both and leaning against the bar. Looks like you and your new wife have a lot to iron out, and forgive me if I say that it looks like the honeymoon is over for both of you. Jake took a sip of his beer and smiled knowingly at me. That's when I watched a tiny ounce of vulnerability flash across her face. Holy crap! She softly giggled, pink coloring her cheeks, and her hypnotic eyes shifted the night's gears into another place. She held her hand out to me. Allow me to introduce myself formally. I'm Dr. Elena Alvarez, she said, as I accepted her handshake. Lovely to meet you, Dr. Brooks. I can already say I like your style. And I can safely say, welcome to St. John's. Whether I hired you or not, those issues are irrelevant after meeting the woman who will make my job much more entertaining. Quite a compliment, she said. I think we'll enjoy each other's company. I absolutely adore working with arrogant asses. Is that so? I smiled. It is. She reached for her beer. I love putting them in their place. Then it's a match made in heaven. Jake raised his beer. Though I have to ask you, Dr. Elena Alvarez, do you think you'll enjoy working around this guy? Jake chimed in, and I could tell my best friend was enjoying the collision course of career death I was on now. The question is, will he enjoy working around me? As I mentioned when I met you on the dance floor, you'll be my wife, work partners or not. I had no idea how to stop this when everything in my body was screaming that I should run this woman off to the closest wedding chapel and have fake Elvis marry us. It was insane. I never believed in any of that love at first sight bullshit. Ever. That was all crazy talk for sappy romantics and hippies who collected crystals. And yet here I was, staring this woman in the eyes and knowing I'd make good on the promise that I'd marry her. Or at least ensure she was mine. Was her dad going to kick my ass? Yes. He knew me all too well. Could my medical license be on the line? No. At least, I didn't think so. There was no way I was going to let any of that get in the way. With the way she was flirting with me, and the way she treated Jake as if we were the Three Musketeers reunited, I knew this was somehow meant to be. She would be mine, and I would ensure that her gorgeous smile brightened more and more as each day passed with her in my life. Thank God she had 3 weeks before her assignment began. I'd just taken 2 weeks of much-needed vacation for the first time in 3 years at St. John's. So, get ready. All it took was seeing her on the dance floor to know that my days of playing women were over. This was going to be the biggest mistake of my life, or the best thing that ever happened to me.
Chapter 2. Elena. I walked through the open space of the condo my dad had taken me to view. I was a bit shocked that he had been so proactive in my relocation to California. He had lined up 5 places within my budget, but this one stole my heart from the second I stepped foot inside. I think he had already picked up on that fact as he eyed me carefully, looking for more positive feedback than I'd given at the previous 2 listings.
"It's got the ocean views," Dad started in, "but I don't like the commute. The commute is always worth it for a view like this."
Mauricio, our real estate agent, chimed in, his smile directed toward me. "Not when you work long shifts in the medical industry," I smirked. Mauricio wasn't getting anywhere with his charms here. Dad and I were forces to be reckoned with in situations that required negotiating. At the store where I was picking out a new mattress, well, we sort of ruined that poor salesman's day when he started in on his sales pitch. And that was a mattress, not a $500,000 home. This man was handsome with his dark hair, copper eyes, and deep brown skin. His smile matched his $1,000 suit, too. There was no time to get caught up in Mauricio's dreamy eyes right now, though.
"Medical industry?"
he responded. Shit, I just gave him the bait. "Yeah, and lots of student loan debt, too," I responded with a discreet wink to Dad.
"Listen," Dad said, "we need to think about the houses. This seller is extremely motivated,"
Mauricio answered, and I looked to the ocean view from the living room window to keep from smiling at how quickly the handsome man had caved. Hell, I would have caved by now. My father was nothing if not extremely intimidating. It felt good to be close to my father again. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed the old man until I got off that plane a week ago and woke up in my old room in Beverly Hills. I felt like a teenager again without a care in the world. All of the fun memories from before my parents' divorce came back as if I were still a kid. Unfortunately, those times were long gone. It didn't take my mother long to realize that my father's true love would always be work. Dad and I had spent our last few mornings together over coffee and laughs. No business talk. Well, mostly none. I had to admit to my father that I'd met and taunted the gorgeous and all too sure of himself Dr. Colin Brooks, making the confident man believe I had been hired as his neuropsychiatrist. The expression on Dr. Brooks's face when he thought I'd been hired without his final say was priceless. It's also probably why I hadn't seen him since that night. The buzz around the hospital was this. Due to a conflict of interest, Dr. Brooks will have Dr. Sinclair sit in his place on the hiring board for St. John's new neuropsychiatrist. After I had told Dad about meeting Dr. Brooks and Dr. Mitchell at the medical conference, our dancing, his confidence, and my attraction for the man, Dad was certain I wouldn't have a shot in hell at becoming Dr. Brooks's new psychiatrist. Thank God Dr. Brooks didn't hunt me down after learning I'd left the conference to go through an entire week of interviews. As of yesterday, I had been narrowed down to the final 3 applicants, and I was the first one offered the job. As if I would turn down this dream opportunity. My father was the best neurosurgeon in the country before he retired, and he'd sparked my interest in neuroscience at a young age. I'd watched him fight for his patients, care for them, devote hours upon hours of his time to research diseases, and do whatever he could to help people who had no hope. That's what drove me into the psychology specialty of this field. I was the one helping these patients cope and learn to live and love life again, and most of all, to never let a disease defeat them. With Dr. Brooks being the one my father had spoken so highly about as the new chief of neurology at St. John's, I had to wonder how this man had captured my dad's attention. I mean, this poor real estate agent who was talking turkey with Dad was taking a beating. How the heck did Dr. Brooks survive with my dad as his superior? The only answer to that was that he was passionate about what he did, douchebag or not. Tomorrow, I was set to observe Dr. Brooks's live surgery from the observation room, and something gave me the feeling that he would be just like my father. He would most likely push everyone in that room to their limits, act like a total asshole, and make the job hell for everyone who worked with him. He would do all of that if he were like my father because it wasn't about them. It would be all about the patient. Why did I have such a strong feeling about this? Because my dad still liked the guy, even after I told him that he'd hit on me at the medical conference. That spoke volumes, and that told me I was about to work with a doctor who was equally as passionate about neuroscience as my father. I was glad the man was most likely too drunk to remember flirting with me and dancing with me that night in Vegas, and proposing that I would be his future wife. What an arrogant ass. Either way, if he really was like my father, one thing was absolutely sure. I would never date the guy. Never. I was not a woman who rode second best to anything, especially a job, no matter how important that job might be. Surgeons were married to their professions, and that's why my mom has been happily remarried to a real estate developer in Miami for the last 9 years. She found herself a man who could appreciate her and give her his time. If and when I settled down, I would find the same in my guy.
So, Lainey,
Dad snapped me out of my daze.
What's it going to be? You've been staring out that window like you're not sure if you're ready to leave Florida for good. The family is willing to come down on their asking price by 10%.
Mauricio smiled. Make it 20%, they cover closing costs, and I'll take the condo. My financing is stellar and already in place, and since the house is empty, we can close this in lightning speed.
Closing costs?
Mauricio stared at me in shock.
How about we offer half the closing costs?
I don't need this place, but it seems like they need to sell. If the sellers are as motivated as you are making it seem, they'll take my offer.
I'm not sure they won't be offended by this offer,
Mauricio said, a bit thrown off by my resolve. I think it's a compliment. I smiled and folded my arms. The house has been empty and on the market for 6 months, which brings up another issue for me. Things have been neglected. Let them know I also want them to pay for a warranty as well.
You heard her.
Dad smiled with pride.
I'll give them a call and let you know what their answer will be. I guess that's it then.
I'm actually wondering if you could find out that answer now? I batted my eyelashes at him. I'd love to leave here. I waved my hand toward the oversized square window and imagine that in 2 weeks, this will be my morning view and a place where I may enjoy sunsets on my days off from long hours at the hospital.
I'll see if they answer,
he acquiesced.
You really need to stop doing that,
Dad said when the agent walked into the back room. Doing what? Acting like you?
No,
he chuckled.
Flirting your way into a deal.
I smirked at my dad. Just because I have that leg up on you doesn't mean I'm not going to use it, Poppy. I want this place.
Well, let's hope you didn't insult the sellers.
It's negotiating. I briskly ran my hand over my dad's back. That's all.
They'll do it. 15-day closing,
Mauricio said with the same excitement as I felt jolt through my body.
Welcome to Los Angeles, Miss Alvarez.
Thank you, Mauricio. I extended my hand to shake his. Let's get the ball rolling on this place. My Poppy already has my deadbeat baby brother living at home with him. He doesn't need me lounging around too. I arched my eyebrow at my dad.
That's an understatement,
Dad added.
Esteban hides out in the pool room now that his sister has come home to rule the roost.
Stevie loves his sister being home, and you know it. I teased.
Let's go sign some papers. We'll get this moving and get you in your new home fast.
Thanks, Mauricio, I said with a smile. We may have been obnoxious, but we had fun.
I'd say I owe you a date for this sale, but I think you owe me.
He smirked. I laughed along with my dad. Tell you what, if you can bust your ass and get me in my new place soon, I'll take you out, I offered. For now, I'm starving. I saw a few taco trucks on our way here. I've so missed Southern California food and most definitely the taco trucks. Let's call this a business lunch, and I'll be one happy gal.
Let's go, Lainey,
my dad said with a grin. It was a done deal. My new job was in the bag. This beautiful condo was mine. And now, I needed to see if I could handle the job, and the doctor who'd opened up this position to make it all possible in the first place. Chapter 3. Elena. I had just finished pulling my hair into a loose bun and prepping for my first day to observe Dr. Brooks at St. John's Hospital. I should have been nervous, but I wasn't. I was eager to learn more about this side of the doctor whom I'd heard so much about.
Lainey!
My brother hollered my name from downstairs. One last slide of lipstick over my lips, and a few pops and smacks of making sure it was evenly spread out, and then I snatched my purse on my way out of my room. I hopped down the stairs, my brother repeating my name as if I were still 14, and he was 4. "I'm right here," I said, as he grumbled my name with impatience for the 100th time since I'd pinned up my hair.
"About damn time,"
he said, before continuing in a quieter voice.
"Dad's lost his fucking mind."
Easy on the language. I arched a big sister eyebrow at him. Seriously.
Well, when Dad fills you in on his bright idea, my perfect sister might say a few choice words herself.
We'll see about that. I reached over to poke his arm playfully. Where's Dad? Or should I be more concerned about where his brain is?
He's eating breakfast by the pool.
I stopped walking and looked up at my brother's concerned expression. Steve had grown to be such a handsome young man. More importantly, he was incredibly smart, so an average person could imagine how frustrating it was that his goal in life had morphed into pursuing his dream of becoming a full-time nightclub DJ. The kid had manipulated my mother into letting him move to California with Dad under the guise of attending better schools, and it seemed like no one could see his con except for me. My older sister, Lydia, had given up on dealing with this particular subset of family drama when she was in grad school. Now, she was a hotshot lawyer at a top firm in Chicago, and she was on the fast track to becoming a partner. The chances of her caring about Steve's lackluster goals for the future now were even smaller than before. Part of me didn't know if I should cut the kid a break or not. He was no more than 9 or 10 years old when Mom moved us to Florida, and her guilt for moving us from our father presented itself in allowing Stevie to slack off. Couple that with her starting to date and then eventually getting married, and maybe it was a fair assessment to say that Steve had slipped through the cracks more than a few times. Who knew? Maybe I was hypercritical, but it was hard being the one who begged her kid brother to at least take a couple of classes in community college until he found his true passion. Neither Mom nor Dad helped in getting Stevie motivated, and it drove me batshit crazy. How did Lydia and I work so brutally hard in college for so many years, and yet baby brother got to wake up at noon after stumbling through the door at dawn, much like this very morning, and wear Adidas sweatsuits all day?
"I can tell you're judging me and not saying anything, Lainey,"
Steve said smugly. I chewed on my bottom lip. "I'm just wondering why you're so upset with Dad. The look on your face tells me that whatever is up, you're not okay with it because it's not going to work with your professional tracksuit lifestyle," I said, waving my hand over his outfit.
"He's selling the house,"
my brother seethed in a low voice. Right. I cocked my head, studying his reaction. You do realize that Dad retired at a relatively young age, and he has every right to do what's best for him, correct? He ran a hand through his thick, black hair.
"I've heard you say at least 1,000,000 times that you love the memories of this house. You love being home and waking up in your bed. You love—"
"Stop right there." I reached for his arm and smiled. "I love all of this, yes, but I also bought my own home. I'm moving out as quickly as I moved in here. You haven't. If you're going to live on Dad's dime, then you have to deal with whatever comes with his decisions." I pinched his cheeks as I'd done since he was a baby. "Let's go find out if Dad's moving out of the country and if the nightclub life will work for you overseas." I started toward the living room that overlooked the massive infinity pool. Dawn was displaying its painted hues for us to see on this glorious morning. The city lights muted the skies, but we could always see a soft pink color displayed with a sunrise on the west coast. "Morning, Poppy," I said, kissing his cheek. "Stevie isn't happy with you, so why don't you get straight to the point? I have to leave in 15 minutes. Dr. Brooks's surgery is planned for 7, and I'm not missing out on my first day to watch this highly esteemed surgeon do his thing." Dad smiled after sipping his coffee.
"Knowing Dr. Brooks, you probably should have been at the hospital hours ago. He's always there early. Which surgery is he performing?"
"Selective peripheral neurotomy," I answered with a smile. "Dr. Brooks is quite the daring doctor." Dad smiled.
"That he is. However, the man's arrogance is what drives him to work for medical breakthroughs. You will enjoy this."
I sipped on the coffee that Steve brought out and placed in front of me. "Let's wait until after this medical breakthrough has happened to praise the man."
"As a surgeon,"
my dad said, eyeing Steve sitting down,
"it's always something to be praised when a patient wakes from surgery. Can we get to the real issue here?"
Steve cut into the conversation, obviously annoyed. I slid both hands around my coffee mug and let the warmth of it add to the soothing poolside sunrise. "Yes," I smiled at my flustered brother, then looked at Dad's stern expression. "What is this news that has Stevie staying up past his bedtime? Make it quick, Poppy. The sun is rising and your vampire son might burn in the daylight."
"I'm selling this house and moving to the ranch in Malibu,"
Dad answered with a challenging look to my brother. "Really?" I asked, then looked at the watch on my wrist. "Well, this is not going to be a quick 5-minute conversation. Why don't we table this? I have to get out of here if you're right about Dr. Brooks starting surgeries early."
"It figures."
Steve sat back in his chair and gripped the armrests as he looked at our father.
"You cannot sell this house." "I'll do what I deem best for this family and myself,"
Dad growled as I stood. I leaned over and kissed my dad on his forehead. "No fighting." I looked at Steve. "That includes you. We'll talk about this like adults when I get home tonight. It's not like my opinion matters in this, though. It's Dad's home to sell." I looked at Dad and smiled with some shock. "The ranch in Malibu? You really are concerned about your health, aren't you?"
"Doctor's orders were no more stress and to retreat to a quieter lifestyle."
"And no better place than our precious Manico Ranch."
"Go to work,"
Steve said in a whiny voice. I walked over and kissed my brother on his head. "Be smart with your words, Esteban. You know what Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Shee said about Poppy's health. He didn't retire because he wanted to. His health comes first." Stevie reached up to pat my hand that I held on his shoulder.
"We can't sell this house."
"We'll talk it all out later," I said.
"You two talk about me as if I'm not sitting right here."
Dad smirked. "Just like the old days." I shouldered my purse. "I'll see you both tonight." To say I loved the atmosphere of St. John's Hospital would have been an understatement. This place was like a 5-diamond hotel, enhanced with waterfalls and walls illuminated with a soft light that gently changed colors. When you walked through the entrance, you were greeted by a beautiful crystal chandelier that should have been entirely out of place, but instead, it was the focal piece that projected the richness of St. John's. Indoor pillars lined the walls as if you'd walked into a palace. There were elevators further down past the guest lobby and behind the square columns positioned throughout the large and open lobby. In each of the square columns were holographic images that showed the hospital's exquisite outdoor grounds and different floors and wards. The other side of the column displayed numerous doctors, nurses, and staff talking about St. John's. Those were on a loop and played facing where private seating was set for each area. This was all state-of-the-art architecture, and from what I'd learned since my first day here, St. John's was remodeled and renovated by Dr. Brooks's father's architectural firm, so I wasn't surprised at the high-tech, modern nature of it all. I smiled at the ladies who were hidden in the admittance and information alcove as if this were a grand hotel. I gave them a friendly wave, and then I was waiting with a group to get into the elevators that were fashioned to match the walls and disappear into them. It was a fun feature for a new person on their first day, especially when they were looking for the elevator and the frigging wall opened up in front of them. Now, 4 days in, I had it all down, and by now, I think it was abundantly clear to everyone that I was a smiley individual, so much so that it sometimes flat-out annoyed people. Strangely enough, in my opinion, when someone smiles a lot, it can tend to irritate the hell out of people with particular personality types. I couldn't help it, though, and so here I was, smiling at people in scrubs and a handsome yet cranky-looking older man wearing his white doctor's coat. The doctor held himself with great superiority over the rest of us who were beneath him and stood directly in front of the doors, hands in his pockets, as if he held the greatest secret in the world, and us little guys only dreamt that we were in on it. As we filed into the elevator, Dr. Murdoch, as the ID pinned to his lab coat stated, took his place at the front. My eyes drifted toward the doors. That damn smile of mine came back when the door opened, and he stepped out in front of me, his brisk and long strides carrying him through the long hallway that overlooked the atrium below on one side, and the walls of scenic images were backlit on the other. This place was enchanting. "Off to snatch up Dr. Brooks," I softly said out loud as my badge let me into the gallery where I would find my place with 2 other colleagues and watch Dr. Brooks go to work. "Good morning, Dr. Alvarez," a chipper voice said from behind me. "Dr. Brooks is scrubbing in now." "Thanks, Lacey," I said, knowing I wouldn't be changing into scrubs yet. Today was going to be a full day, and I wasn't going to let the silence of this observation room let my mind drift to the fact that Dad was selling our home. The gravity of his decision was sinking in, and it was the last thing I needed on my mind. I began to wonder if there was something more about his health concerns that he wasn't telling us, but it was something I'd get to the bottom of later.
"You're the new neuropsychiatrist, aren't you?"
An older man to my left greeted me.
"Only if she wishes to work for the haughty Dr. Brooks,"
a man said with humor from behind me. I glanced back at the deep, confident voice and found it belonged to Dr. Mitchell, St. John's cardio chief, and Dr. Brooks' best friend. The man was gorgeous, and that was an understatement, and he stood next to a man in an expensive suit who could have been his twin. Must be his brother, Mr. Mitchell, I thought. The Mitchell family owned St. John's, and I knew the CEO of Mitchell & Associates was Mr. Mitchell, so this guy couldn't have been anyone else. "Dr. Mitchell," I said, standing and turning to reach out and shake his hand.
"Dr. Alvarez."
He smirked that same handsome smile I remembered from that night when I first met him and Dr. Brooks.
"I see you're here bright and early."
"I am," I answered, his deep blue eyes a contrast to those beautiful sky-blue eyes of Dr. Brooks. Great. I was standing in the company of the man who helped bring back all the memories I had erased from the night that I met Dr. Brooks. I had a feeling that if Dr. Brooks's flirting would have led me back to his hotel room, I probably would have signed a deal with the devil to experience one night with the man who was, hands down, the most handsome man I'd ever met in my life. Present company included. Don't get me wrong, Dr. Mitchell and his brother, who was in conversation with another man in a fashionable suit, were gorgeous. Still, there was something about Colin Brooks that never left my mind, and I had to force that damn smile of his away, or I wouldn't have made it this far at St. John's, with his face lighting up every holographic wall.
"Dr. Alvarez,"
Mr. Mitchell said. I looked over at him and, holy cow, this guy with his bright green eyes, black hair, and commanding air was too much for one girl to handle. My eyes couldn't help but drift to the man with dark blonde hair sitting to his right. There was no way there could be this many gorgeous men in one area. Not even science could make something like this possible. Yet, here I was, being introduced to Mr. James Mitchell and Mr. Alex Grayson, 2 of the youngest top executives in America. I guess this is Dr. Brooks's big day. I smiled at the three handsome men. Not only are the executives who run the hospital here, but an ultra-famous, world-renowned cardiosurgeon is here for this too.
That's right,
the man who'd introduced himself as Mr. Grayson said.
Though I believe our opinions will pale in comparison to yours.
His smile was mischievous, leading me to believe that these three were in on some joke I didn't know about, but his eyes never wavered from mine. Yes, and I'm quite sure I'll be thrilled to work with and for Dr. Brooks after our interview today, I said, turning to sit, hearing the commotion of the surgical teams and the patient being brought into the room.
I guess you're not one to judge the doctor by his extracurricular fun at conferences, then,
I heard the humorous voice of Dr. Mitchell say. That I can judge outside of the professional realm. I looked back at the teasing face of Dr. Mitchell. And let's just say I hope that Dr. Brooks is as exciting to work with as he was a great entertainment for us when we first met. Dr. Mitchell smirked, and his deep blue eyes twinkled.
What happened to that vibrant young woman who tricked him into believing you were hired already, and without his consent?
She's sitting right here and ready to watch this man turn water into wine. Dr. Mitchell laughed.
If only I could take a crash course in neurosurgery and be on this team.
He wasn't too upset that I lied to him, was he? I had no idea why I asked the question.
Well, he wasn't too happy when he learned the truth of your trickery.
His eyes widened semi-dramatically as he crossed his leg over his knee and leaned back. My stomach sank. I felt the eyes of Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Grayson on me now, and I felt a bit foolish. What if I'd pissed off the chief neurosurgeon and was just now finding out about it? I'd find out after the surgery when I finally met with Dr. Brooks professionally this afternoon. Just like that, I smiled, lifted my chin, and turned to watch Dr. Colin Brooks as he entered the surgical room. Heaven help me. The handsome men behind me prepped me so I wouldn't drool over the man who made surgeon's gear look good. His smile greeted those in the room, yet his piercing blue eyes told a different story. He was there for his patient, and everything had better be pristine as he went to work in this particular spinal surgery. Beyond the man's beauty, I was captivated by how he commanded his surgical team and room. He didn't talk like an asshole. He talked like a surgeon who was determined to complete this surgery in a manner unlike any other doctor. Maybe there were other doctors out there like Dr. Brooks, but I hadn't met one. Most were dry and a bit boring, mostly treating the patient and then moving on to the next subject. Not this surgeon, though. He was focused, and he filled us in on what he was doing with each cut, suction, and move he made. He explained why he did what he did, and he was captivating to watch. I understood why my dad had passed the torch to him. Dad felt the same about his patients, and the knowledge that my dad's health was the reason I was watching Dr. Brooks, and not him, made my heart ache. There was no way in hell I was going home tonight and giving my dad crap about wanting to move to the ranch in Malibu. All it took was seeing the passion and care in Dr. Brooks to let me know that Dad didn't want to retire early, but he was forced to. Dad deserved to be happy and content, and I thanked God for allowing me to see my own father's passion play out in the surgical room through Dr. Brooks. Chapter 4. Elena. The surgery lasted 4 hours, and it was phenomenal. As of right now, my assessment was this. Dr. Brooks was an absolute genius and a surgeon who was worthy of the praise he'd garnered. He complimented the redefined nature of this institute. The family eagerly waiting for their loved one to wake from surgery would undoubtedly have a long recovery road ahead. Still, the execution was flawless. The documentary makers in the observation gallery and I were left to wonder if this breakthrough surgery would work to give back the movement of the 56-year-old man's legs after his accident. Time would tell. Being a psychiatrist, I had to be grounded in the fact that experimental surgery may not work. I hoped with all my heart that this family was prepped for that possibility as well. Dr. Brooks may have done a stellar job today, but was this particular surgery ultimately going to be successful? Would it help this patient gain feeling again, let alone be able to walk? These were the things I would work on with Dr. Brooks. It was my job to help them cope with their outcomes and set realistic goals. It was a matter of Dr. Brooks and me seeing eye to eye on these topics. I didn't need a doctor with a God complex destroying my voice of reason because of his ideas to move neuroscience forward. If Dr. Brooks and I were going to work together, I would have to be assured that he would not undermine my work while we consulted with future patients. I would never know why they were leaving my willingness to work with Dr. Brooks up to me. It really should have been the other way around. I would never sit idly by and let a greedy doctor risk a patient's mental state for the betterment of his reputation and in the name of science. But maybe that was the balance the administrators were hoping to achieve. I had just sat down in the dining commons of the hospital. It wasn't as crowded as it had been on previous days. But then again, it was 1 PM, and this must have been the time that this 5-star restaurant place didn't see too many hungry families and staff. I closed my arms and looked up at the glass dome ceiling that added a beautiful light and airy feel to the restaurant. I had to give it up to whoever had a hand in designing this place. Ordinary hospitals had cafeterias, but I couldn't bring myself to refer to this place as such. It was as lovely as any nice restaurant I'd ever been in. I hadn't seen it at night yet, but I'm guessing they put candles on the tables and that the lights strung throughout the area twinkled and sparkled with magnificence. The designers had to be congratulated, and the chefs awarded something.
"Sis,"
I heard my brother call out.
"Why are you all alone?"
He pulled out a chair across from me and sat in it.
"Of all the people I know, you make best friends in minutes, but here you are, sitting by yourself like a loser."
It wasn't like my brother to volunteer to bring me lunch from my favorite taco truck, but there was no way I was going to argue with him when he texted me and suggested dropping by. "That's because I told everyone that my hot date was on his way to meet me for lunch." I smirked as I grabbed my tacos, unwrapped the foil they were wrapped in, and examined the different salsas that he brought. I decided on the extra spicy red sauce, doused my taco, and bit into the carne asada masterpiece, nodding my head while pointing at the taco to confirm how delicious it was. "Perfection," I said, smiling at Steve as he bit into his burrito. He swallowed as his eyes drifted over my shoulder.
"Holy shit,"
he said with wide eyes. "Keep your mind out of the gutter, Esteban," I said. "There are gorgeous men and women all over this hospital, but don't get caught up in the facade. Remember, beauty is in the heart."
"Beauty? I guess I know what's on your mind."
He shifted in his seat like he was ready to jump up. I turned to see who my brother was gawking over. What do you know? Dr. Brooks had just joined Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Grayson at a corner table. "Who are you looking at? What is wrong with you?" I asked, confused by the way Steve was acting. It was like he'd just ran into Al Pacino and he didn't know if he should run over and ask for an autograph. He looked at me in frustration.
"You see that tall guy with the black hair? The businessman-looking guy in the blue tie? I've been waiting for like a year to speak with him, but I can't seem to get past the gatekeepers at that locked-down building he works in downtown."
"Get past the gatekeepers?" I questioned, finishing taco number 1. I sat back in my chair, wiping my mouth with a napkin, and I folded my arms. "Now I know why you were so eager to bring me lunch." "Spill it. I'm dying to know how you even know about Mr. Mitchell. Do you think someone like him wants to be stalked and harassed by someone like you?" Steve's face fell, and I felt like I went a little too hard on him. Maybe I did. "Earth to my little brother," I said, trying to snap his eyes away from looking up and over my shoulder. "You're not interrupting that man. Now, let's get back to why you showed up with my favorite tacos. What exactly did you come for, Stevie?"
"Yes, why would you dare interrupt the almighty Mr. Mitchell from his royal lunch?"
I heard the voice I'd been focused on for the last 4 hours say. I watched as Colin walked around, pulled out a chair, and sat next to my brother. Steve looked over at him in his dark blue scrubs, and smiled broadly.
"If it isn't the amazing Dr. Brooks,"
he said, turning to shake his hand.
"My dad's talked a lot about you. It's nice to meet you. I'm Steve." "The pleasure is all mine, Steve,"
he said, then looked over at me.
"You mentioned that your dad has spoken a lot about me, but has your sister?" "Lainey hasn't told me anything, actually,"
Steve responded with a knowing grin. Colin arched an eyebrow at me, highlighting how impossibly gorgeous he was.
"Lainey, is it? I remember a young, vibrant woman named Elena. She was quite deceitful."
I wanted to shrink in my chair, but hell no. Not in front of him or my brother, both of whom seemed to be on the same team suddenly. "I prefer Dr. Alvarez, Dr. Brooks." He smirked.
"Very well, Dr. Alvarez."
He looked over at my brother.
"I overheard the word gatekeeper come from your mouth regarding my buddy's building. I can get you into the upper floors and seated directly in front of Mr. Mitchell."
He glanced over my shoulder and smiled.
"Who does not seem to be impressed with his raw vegetables at the moment." "You can?"
My brother shot up. I was stuck in stupid hormone land, gazing at Colin's eyes in the light of this room, the dark and light blonde in his hair, highlighting some textured thing he did with it to make it look messy and youthful. It all worked. Everything about him worked. His sharp jawline, his biceps on full display, with the way medical scrubs seemed to climb up and not stretch over muscles like regular shirt sleeves. He was glorious, and my lust for this guy was out of control. You could see he was in excellent shape. His features were perfection, and his smile was going to be the death of me.
"It's a deal."
My brother shook Colin's hand as he stood, snapping me to attention after I'd tuned everything out while I was fantasizing like a 15-year-old. "Wait, what's a deal? What are you two talking about?" I stood to try and meet the tall height of Dr. Brooks. "Hey, I'm sorry I tricked you or whatever I did in Vegas. It was all in fun, and I was enjoying the last night there. I knew I didn't have the job, and you would have the final word. It was just too much fun saying that I'd gotten the job, especially after you were so confident in dancing with me and stating I would be your future wife. Now, it's professional." He smiled, and my stomach swarmed with butterflies.
"Of course it's professional. Dr. Alvarez,"
he acknowledged, with a look that tinted my cheeks pink.
"However, I'm still professionally acknowledging that whether or not you desire to work with me after our interview in 30 minutes, I made you a promise."
"And that was?" I was shocked the man didn't hate me for tricking him.
"That I am the man I proclaimed to be that night."
"And who was that?" I sat down in my seat, crossed my arms, and smiled. Dr. Brooks's eyes glistened as he bit on the corner of his mouth.
"Your future husband."
He exhaled.
"You see, Dr. Alvarez, you may have been enjoying the quirks and fun in teasing me with a little white lie that you were my new neuropsychiatrist that evening. But I wasn't playing around."
"Okay, then," I said carefully. "You're still willing to commit the rest of your life and do the whole death shall part us thing after a salsa dance?"
"You'll see. 20 more minutes, and your brother and I have an agreement."
He leaned down, and I felt the coolness of his breath tickle my neck.
"Help the poor boy buy a suit, won't you? Mr. Mitchell won't be as easily won over with a young man who's dressed like he's a groupie for Run DMC. He may want to spice it up a little. If I have to make good on our deal, I'll have my designer help him out."
I glared at my conniving brother, and then at Dr. Brooks. "I have no idea what kind of lame deal you discussed while I was—"
"Lost in thought over me, I'm sure. I am quite attractive in scrubs."
He chuckled. "Busted." "I'll admit that yes, you are. However, I'm not spending a dime on my brother, no matter what ridiculous agreement you've come to."
"I think it's a fine idea,"
Colin said. "I have no idea what the idea is, but if it requires you putting my brother in front of Mr. Mitchell for whatever crazy idea he might have, then I want no part of this. You can tell Mr. Mitchell that, too."
"So you'll lie to the chief neurosurgeon?"
"I let you down." I smiled at him.
"Imagine how depressing that was. I thought we'd be planning our wedding this week. And yet, here I am, about to get grilled by the most beautiful woman I've ever met in my life."
He winked.
"See you in 15 minutes.
"Future wife?"
My brother broke my gaze on Colin's shapely backside and brought it back to him. "You know what they say about neurosurgeons," I said with a shrug. Steve laughed.
"He's coming over for dinner next week."
"Coming over? Stevie!" I sat up straight. "We need to figure out why our father has decided to up and sell our childhood home and move to the ranch. If there's anything I learned in surgery today, it's that he isn't going to be a happy man if his health is the real reason he retired early. Something else has to be up, and we aren't going to have Dr. Brooks over for dinner as a distraction."
"He's best friends with Dr. Mitchell, Laney. That's Dad's heart doctor,"
Steve answered.
"Maybe Colin can fill us in?"
"With Dad sitting right there?" I shook my head. "And when did you start referring to him as Colin?"
"Since we made our deal."
"Good God." I rolled my eyes. "If Dr. Brooks wants to play into your dream of whatever it is you need from Mr. Mitchell, then he'll deal with me for giving you a false sense of hope."
"It's to start my new company."
I held my hand up. "Don't." I eyed him. "Now, thank you very much for my tacos. You're not going anywhere tonight. We're sitting down with Dad and getting to the bottom of his health issues and why exactly he wants to move to Malibu. Dad comes first, just like I said this morning."
"Good luck with the interview,"
he said with a smile. "You should have wished your luck to your new friend Colin, not me. Right now, our interview may be going off topic and a lot longer than I expected."
"Chill out, sis. He's cool."
"That's what worries me." I smiled. "Someone needs to kick your butt in the right direction, and I have a feeling Dr. Brooks just made my job a whole hell of a lot more difficult."
"And she cusses."
"Because you pissed me off," I snapped. "And for the record, I'm no saint. I use profanity. I just don't spew it everywhere, and especially in Poppy's house. That's disrespectful."
"Love you, sis."
"You too." Steve was way too jubilant for me not to leave this cafeteria in search of Colin's office to find out precisely what Mr. Wedding Vows said to strike a deal with my brother. Was I up against a mess with this man already? Time would tell. The last thing I needed was some cocky doc giving my brother insane ideas about overnight success. My brother needed to be grounded and have a healthy mindset. Colin seemed to balance both well. Who knew? Maybe a few Cuban sandwiches would help the doctor talk sense into my brother.
Chapter 5. Colin. I sat in my office, going over the medical charts for a young woman that I had been trying to persuade to hold off on a craniotomy. For now, anyway. The brain lesions weren't life-threatening, and even though they were the cause of Jamie's mild headaches, they weren't something that called for surgery at this time. I hated debating with patients when they were in pain and just wanted the fuck out of it. I understood their frustrations, and I was the first person in line to help fix that problem, but this patient was not a candidate for surgery. I only hoped she wouldn't seek out another, greedier doctor who would do the surgery. Some surgeons could get so distracted by seeing their success that they didn't consider the patient's after effects. I wasn't that surgeon. I believed myself to be the most patient man on the planet, and situations such as these proved that. Knock, knock. "Come in," I said, knowing it was most likely my assistant, informing me that the woman who'd stolen my heart and soul that night in Las Vegas was here to learn more about me and determine if she would take the job as my neuropsychiatrist. "Am I interrupting you?" Elena's voice, filled with sass and also professionalism, forced my eyes up from the CT scans I had been studying and to her flawless body that filled her business suit perfectly. Damn that smile and those lively eyes. I was going to be lucky if she didn't eat me alive in here, because the only question that I had for her was whether or not she'd go out to dinner with me tonight. I offered a smile in return. And this was the second time I watched as our eyes locked, and then her cheeks turned the most beautiful shade of pink in response. Thank God I did something to her, because she had no idea what being in her presence did to me. I rose and waved my hand over my office chair. Looks like you get the boss's seat, and I get the hot seat, Dr. Alvarez. I'll sit here, she smirked as she sat at the seat on the other side of my desk. I cleared my throat and my head and reached over to her file. So, I suppose this is to be our first official interaction since you blatantly deceived me at the medical conference, I said. I thumbed through her resume and notes from staff before I ended at her handwritten statement as to why she would be a perfect asset to my team. I folded my arms, sat on the corner of my desk, and watched her squirm. Again, I am really sorry about that. She tried to cover a smile. Imagine my disappointment and rage to learn we are expected to begin our working relationship with little white lies, I said. And imagine my disappointment and rage to learn that you're going to use my little brother to get back at me for that, too. I chuckled and walked over to sit, more professionally, behind my desk. You played the wrong man, Elena. Dr. Alvarez, she corrected me, crossing her legs and clasping her hands together around her knee. May I ask why you're so insistent upon me referring to you as a doctor? Professionalism. I pursed my lips. Curious. I have read through all your previous interviews with the hiring panel, and you insisted upon them calling you Elena. I looked up at her from the papers I pretended to scan over. Am I to understand that out of all the respected doctors and administrators in this hospital that you've interviewed with, I am the only one you deem to be a professional? I have to say that I am utterly flattered that you show me such a level of esteem. She smiled, and her bronze eyes lit up. I only insist upon that level of professionalism for doctors who run around with a crazy idea that they're my intended husband. I laughed and tossed her folder on my desk, something very unlike me. Everything in my office, surgical rooms, staff, ward, and every other single thing I touched was in order and placed in an orderly fashion. That fundamental aspect of my personality seemed to have faded from the moment this little ray of sunshine sat across from me. Well, I'm thoroughly impressed with all I've read, and now it's time to answer some of the questions you might have for me, I said. She straightened up in her chair. Yes. My first question is about the patient you operated on today. Did you do so knowing that man would walk again? She was cutting right to the chase, and I liked it. I clasped my hands together and leaned forward on my desk. I operated on Mr. Hawthorne after he came to me and wished to have a better outcome in life. His car accident wasn't something he would allow to continue to rob him of the normal life he once had. Numerous rehabs weren't helping either. You didn't answer my question. She arched an eyebrow. Will he walk again, or... I'm 90% sure that in 3 days, you and I will walk down to his room and see that he has muscle movement in his legs. We remove the damaged nerves, allowing Mr. Hawthorne's brain to receive signals from his healthy nerves so that he can have muscle movement in that location again. Fascinating, she answered. As much as I enjoy hearing that come out of your mouth, and in such a beautiful way, I believe you understand very well that, in neuroscience, there's not an immediate answer with what we do. Especially when we are working with the nervous system, and most definitely the peculiar way every brain works differently. It's always a waiting game. No, I understand that. That's why you'll have me at your side. I'll be the one sharing what we can do together to help patients who've undergone surgeries, such as the one you did today. I would help them accept their new lives and give counsel if the surgery didn't help change their current predicament. So, if Mr. Hawthorne wakes to find that he still cannot feel his legs, despite my best efforts today in the operating room, I'm willing to help him accept his current situation. Wrong answer. I smiled. We fixed his current situation, but time must be waited out, or we fail in helping our patients recover. You're that sure of yourself? She questioned with some irritation. I wouldn't have performed the surgery if I weren't. I've studied this for years, and the science behind it makes perfect sense. But it will take time, and I will be there for him, encouraging him every step of the way to not give up. And now we have two minds thinking on the same level, I answered, relieved that she was as brilliant, open, and understanding as she was captivatingly stunning. Any other questions? When you are working with your patients, or when a neurologist calls you in for a surgical consultation for their patient, she paused, eyeing me as I studied her. Is your answer always surgery? I laughed. Funny you should ask. I pointed to the chart I had set aside. Those records belong to a young woman who moved from Colorado to Southern California to be in my care. She's been my patient for 2 years, and I've put off surgery that she's all but begged me to perform. She was 20 when her accident happened. She hit her head on the playing field in a soccer tournament. After studying her initial charts, I saw that this particular injury caused multiple lesions to continue to appear throughout her brain. Up to now, I have only done stereotactic brain surgery to remove the threatening lesions and keep her recovery minimal. Her minor headaches do not make her a candidate for a craniotomy at this time, no matter how much she begs. Wait a minute, awake brain surgery? Yes. I knew she understood the term, but her adorable expression had me silent and waiting for the comment that I knew was coming next. No human in their right mind begs for that. Agreed. Yet your patient is begging you, Dr. Brooks. She is. Her fiancé cradles her, she sobs, and I have to watch all of that after I reveal that her latest CT scans still do not make her a candidate for the surgery. You and I both know that's heartless. Is it? I questioned, seeing this issue cause my future neuropsychiatrist some discomfort. It's what the patient moved here for, right? So the world-renowned neurosurgeon can help her? If she's begging for this type of surgery and cries in defeat when you tell her no, what good are you to her? And what if I make the greedy mistake of trying to eliminate one of the small lesions, then something happens and she can never walk again? Will that have been worth her craniotomy to get rid of minor headaches? Minor headaches don't always feel so minor to those suffering with them. She sat back and studied me. I've never met a surgeon who isn't willing to put their patients under the knife to fix their problems. Usually, surgery is always the answer. Yet here you sit in front of the world-renowned neurosurgeon. I grinned. And he's telling you that surgery isn't always the answer, even if it's heartless for me to refuse them their wishes concerning surgery. Intriguing. I care about each patient I have. Even if they think they know what's best for them, I believe it to be my responsibility to guide them in the safest direction. For now, anyway. Jamie is 26, and her boyfriend, Paul, just proposed to her. She will continue to be my patient, but I plan to revisit her charts monthly unless the headaches worsen. I have new scans coming to me today. I glanced up at the clock. If the damn things arrive before her appointment this afternoon. I guess St. John's is suddenly understaffed, and I wasn't informed. Damn, I wish I could be with you for that, she said, ignoring my apparent frustration that I didn't have my patient's current scans yet, and I wanted a bit of time to go over them before I walked in and broke Jamie's heart. Again. If I were to bring you in when I meet with Jamie and her family this afternoon, what would the stunning Dr. Alvarez say to her that I already haven't? Well, I would do my best to work to keep her mindset positive and reinforce that she is in the hands of a doctor who is helping her, even though her headaches are telling her that he isn't, that she needs to trust that you have her best interest in mind, and that there is more at risk than I think she knows. She pursed her lips. You are sure that she isn't a candidate for surgery? You're willing to avoid something that could change her life for the better because you're not the surgeon who believes surgery is always the answer? Trying to use my words against me, Dr. Alvarez? I need to understand it all completely, she answered confidently. Forgive me for saying this, but neurosurgeons are known to be arrogant assholes. My dad passed the torch to you, saying you were the greatest arrogant ass out there, too. I'm just trying to ensure that you're not completely on the opposite end of the spectrum with your judgment in preventing this young lady from having a better chance at life. Is that so? Or perhaps you're doubtful of your ability to perform this surgery with no complications, and that's why you don't want to take more risk than necessary. I'm not sure if you can tell, but I'm hardly doubtful of my skill, myself, or much of anything else. Like I said, an arrogant ass. She grinned. She wasn't wrong to push me about Jamie, because the truth was that I had been going back and forth with myself about doing the craniotomy for quite a while. Elena was making me admit to myself that, like it or not, it was time to make a move. The lesion on Jamie's frontal lobe is the largest of them all. This one concerns me the most, but there is another one on the parietal lobe that I've been monitoring closely, and when I heard she was experiencing numbness in her right hand, I called for this meeting today. I ordered more scans. Barring some unforeseen act of healing, I think I will be confirming her candidacy for surgery today. Now, I hope you accept the offer to work solely as my neuropsychiatrist, because you are the reason I have concluded that I will be performing these surgeries at all. That is, of course, if you agree to be my psychiatrist and work with her and me as I map her brain and repair these lesions. I stood, and she stood with me. I did what? Wait, what? She asked, looking confused as hell. Are you second-guessing your decision to help me help this young woman? No, but you made a decision based on our conversation? You gave me the nudge I needed. There's nothing wrong with me being on the fence about something and having a beautiful and intelligent woman like yourself push me off, is there? I walked past her and licked my suddenly dry lips when I made eye contact with her stunning bronze irises. Let's agree that Jamie will have you to thank for becoming a candidate for surgery today. I didn't say anything, she said in some bewildered tone. Well, you need to say something now. Will you or will you not be my personal neuropsychiatrist? I have a patient who is waiting for me to deliver some good news. Of course I will. When will you perform the surgery? I will allow the family to determine that, given we have the holidays coming up, and she may not want to be in a recovery unit when Santa comes, I teased. I glanced back at her confused expression, and I couldn't blame her bafflement. I'd surprised myself by making the decision without looking at Jamie's new scans. Unfortunately, one thing was certain. The lesions were growing. Elena was intelligent in her questions, and she'd pressed on the one point I'd been avoiding myself. Jamie's quality of life was suffering, so why not fix these lesions and be done with it? I just needed a small push in the right direction, and Elena gave that to me. I believe that you and I will make a fantastic team, I said, opening my office door. I still can't believe it took you sitting down with me to figure this out. I suppose it just took me meeting the right person, Dr. Alvarez, a doctor who I can trust, to give me the willpower to stop putting this off. Now, to confirm, are you willing to perform this surgery with me? I haven't proven anything to you that I would be a great help. Ever heard of trusting one's instincts, Dr. Alvarez? Marriage again? She teased with a smile. I grinned. As I said, I'm a patient man. I will wait for you to come to your senses about me and our future, I teased, loving the new facial expressions and reactions I got from her over that. It's just a matter of time. I believe that, with your will and determination, we'll work together in a perfect balance to consult Jamie this afternoon. I held a hand up. No jumping to the other side of the table if she cries, though. She chuckled. I'll do whatever I believe is in the best interest of the patient. Our patient, I informed her. And that's why I'm willing to do this surgery. We will be successful together, and I look forward to having you at my side. I look forward to seeing a patient who's waited a year for you to fix this issue hear that you will help them, giving them the best news of their lives. Her name is Jamie, I said. Unlike you, she's entirely comfortable with using first names. She laughed, and the delightful sound sent a shiver through me. Her radiant smile, her genuinely happy laugh, her body language. She was completely open, light, and cheerful, and she sent blood rushing to every part of my body. So, before I leave to find out where Jamie's current scans are, I must know, are you excited to become the arrogant ass's personal neuropsychiatrist? I am, she proudly said. Good. I raised my eyebrows in humor. I have some charts that need to be filed away. You can start there. I pointed to the file cart that my secretary, June, had rolled to the corner of my office, and I winked and walked past Elena. Good to have you on the team, Dr. Alvarez. After my office door closed behind me, I withheld my laughter and kept my composure. June, I said, after she got off her phone call. Dr. Brooks, she answered with a smile. Well, is Elena going to stick around? She lets you call her Elena too? I questioned in disbelief. She's told all of us that she prefers it. I strummed my fingers on the high desk that June hid behind. Interesting. I sighed. Well, she'll be quitting on us soon enough if you don't get in there and clean up your filing mess. Oh, fairy darts! Fairy darts? I asked my jubilant assistant, who was majorly in the Christmas spirit, as her Grinch-themed scrubs and flashing Christmas pins showed. That's a new one. Fairy darts, she said, as she rolled her eyes. It's part of the lore. A lore I want no part of, it would seem. And find a new term, please, or Elena will quit on us for sure. I don't think she realizes you are secretly obsessed with woodland creatures. Juno laughed and nodded. I need to bring those files downstairs. I'm sorry I didn't get around to it before your appointment today, Dr. Brooks. No worries, Junebug. It was a good way to get Dr. Alvarez back for a little prank she played on me before we met professionally. Oh? Oh, indeed, I said, in a mischievous tone. Sort of like throwing a fairy dart and hitting the bullseye on that one. She frowned. That is not a fairy dart, Dr. Brooks. God forbid I upset the fairies for insulting whatever the hell a fairy dart is. I feigned fear. Can you please tell Dr. Alvarez to get Jamie Peterson's file off my desk and meet me in conference room 5? My patients are due there at any time, and I have a feeling she's scrambling to figure out where the filing cabinets are for the cart of files you hid in my office. I'll get on that. I loved June immensely. One would naturally pin her for being the nut job on the floor, but she was a hard-ass worker, and I wanted for nothing when it came to her. However, I did feel that she and her fairy darts, whatever the hell that was about, coupled with pranking Elena, would have me on my toes.
Chapter 6. Elena. I sat in awe of Dr. Brooks as he spoke with the Peterson family. I watched Paul, Jamie's fiancé, tear up, along with Jamie and her parents, as Colin delivered the good news. The whole situation was an emotionally charged experience and a perfect reminder of why I entered this work field.
In moving forward,
Dr. Brooks said as he glanced toward the charts he'd intently studied on our way down to this conference room.
Those charts make me truly grateful that I listened to our new neuropsychiatrist's advice today. The lesions have put me in a position not to be able to give you an option to wait until after the holidays. For this, I am sorry. But we'll get you on the road to recovery, and that's all that matters.
He subtly smiled at the family who sat across from us around the long, polished table.
Now, I won't be using the 3D images and devices that I used in stereotactic brain surgery.
He nodded toward where I sat at his right.
This surgery requires my neuropsychiatrist to guide me instead of computers.
Dr. Cullen? Jamie said, sniffing and taking tissue from the box Dr. Brooks picked up and extended toward her. I'm not worried about this surgery interfering with the holidays. This is the best Christmas gift I could have asked for." Dr. Brooks softly laughed, and I couldn't help but smile.
"I'm happy to hear that I was able to one-up your handsome fiancé for gift exchanges this year."
He grinned over at the ecstatic young man.
"I know we are all grateful this is moving forward, and I'm quite sure."
He slowed down those last 3 words as he eyed at Jamie playfully.
"You've done all the research under the sun and moon to understand exactly what will happen while we perform this surgery. Even with what I've already explained, and your own research, I'd like to turn this part over to the one who will be at your side during the surgery."
He shifted to face me, and his twinkling blue eyes locked with mine. To prevent me from falling victim to the gorgeous man's gaze, I carefully pulled my eyes from Colin's and smiled at Jamie. "Thank you so much, Dr. Alvarez." Jamie looked at me eagerly. She blotted the corners of her eyes with her tissue as she choked up again. "I'm sorry. This is just overwhelming and such great news, especially since my headaches have gotten worse." "I'm so very happy for you, Miss Peterson. Jamie, please, call me Jamie." She sniffed again and smiled at Dr. Brooks before bringing her attention back to me. "And if it makes you more comfortable, you may call me Elena."
"You see?"
Dr. Brooks interrupted with a broad smile.
"This is why she'll be an amazing asset to my team. She is comfortable using her first name instead of being one of those super uptight physicians who always wants to be called doctor." "Yeah, those kind sound like the worst,"
Paul said, as Jamie and her family laughed.
"Oh, you have no idea. So obnoxious, right, Elena?"
Colin said as he glanced at me with a hint of smugness that was wildly charming and almost irresistible to me for some strange reason.
"All of us being on this first-name basis is fantastic. What a wonderful way to be comfortable together in the OR. I would have it no other way."
"I agree. I really appreciate that. Thank you." Jamie answered both of us with a smile. "Absolutely," I said, keeping a smile on my face through Colin's buffoonery. Aside from wanting to roll my eyes and elbow the man in the ribs, I was a bit shocked the young woman was happy at the idea of awake brain surgery. I'd never met anyone who was okay with this. "As Dr. Brooks mentioned, I will be the one at your side during the surgery. Dr. Brooks revealed earlier the details of using the electrical probe to ensure that he will not be anywhere near the good tissue and causing any damage to any part of your brain." I paused to ensure I was on track with the doctor and the patient. "That is where I come in. After you are pulled out of sedation, you will have enough medication to keep you relaxed. Since your brain has no pain receptors, there will be no need for sedation or heavy drugs for him to fix the problematic lesions. You and I will have lots of time to talk in that room." I smiled at her. "Dr. Brooks will rely on our communication and me to relay information about your responses to him, and he will be able to maximize his pursuit to fix the lesions. Does this make sense? I've probably read everything ever written about this procedure, so I think I've got a grasp on it." She chuckled. "But I'm delighted you'll be there."
"So, now that is all cleared up," Dr. Brooks chimed in. "If you lose your ability to recite the alphabet backward, or you forget how to make pancakes," he pointed his thumb toward me, "it's all on this beautiful doctor who you'll have the privilege to talk to during your surgery."
"Dr. Brooks?" Jamie scolded him as she and her family nearly roared with laughter. Not a response I would have expected, but at least they had a sense of humor. "I can think of no better person to have at my side. When are we doing this?"
"As much as I know you'd love to walk out of the room right now and run into the OR, we're not doing it today," Dr. Brooks said, while I laughed at this woman's cheerfulness. "Once I have all the consent I need—"
He paused, looked at her parents, fiancé, me, then the patient.
"Which I believe we're all in, yes?"
"All in," she said, crying tears of happiness again.
"Very well, then. I will begin freeing up mine and Dr. Alvarez's schedules, and I believe I can push out my Thursday appointments this week. I will inform my secretary that this Thursday will be dedicated to taking care of the young woman who has been eagerly awaiting getting back the quality of life she once had before these lesions began interfering with it."
Dr. Brooks stood, and the rest of us followed his lead. "I really don't know what to say. I'm so grateful," Jamie said.
Have patience with me. I need Patty to clear up this Thursday, and from there, I will have Patty call you to confirm the time and dates of pre-op."
"Patty hasn't had the baby yet?" Jamie's mother asked, while Jamie and her fiancé fell into a tight and loving embrace. Dr. Brooks grinned that sexy smile of his.
"Not yet. I tried to get her to take her maternity leave 2 weeks ago,"
Dr. Brooks said as he picked up Jamie's files from the table.
"Given it's her first child, and her husband is serving the country overseas. I wish for her to be comfortable and fully prepared for the little one's arrival, but she's not budging. She probably hopes she'll go into labor while she's on the clock and in walking distance from the hospital."
He chuckled.
"She probably feels safer knowing there's a doctor around,"
Jamie's dad said.
"Hey, I've told her time and again that I'm a neurosurgeon, not an OB. She knows me better than that."
He laughed. "You're not just a neurosurgeon, Dr. Cullen. You're a miracle worker." Jamie's mom laughed along with the rest of us. "A miracle worker who will probably get me into a lot of trouble," I thought, as we said our farewells and left the room. After we walked away from the Petersons, Dr. Brooks whipped out his cell and called his office. I listened as he handled the call and followed him as we returned to his office. He took the files that June handed him while he worked out the details of opening up his schedule with Patty on the phone. I watched as other staff around the area appeared to look over at him as if he were some kind of god. He missed nothing and no one. He shot a smile at those who greeted him in passing. He gave a quick punch to a young doctor's arm as we passed the nurses' station, and even gave a nod or two toward the interns who gawked at him, gawking like I must have been doing since we left the meeting with Jamie Peterson. It reminded me of those teen shows where the star of the football team walks through the hallways of his school and everyone is high-fiving him or smiling. His charisma radiated to everyone around him, and he knew it. I watched him ease his right hand on his taut waist as he continued discussing moving his patients around to free up Thursday. His voice was calm yet assertive as he worked with another doctor to take one of his patients due to a scheduled surgery that the two would be doing together next week. With his white lab coat removed, I had a perfect vantage point, standing behind him and enjoying his firm ass in his scrubs. I was beginning to wish I didn't have female hormones that suddenly loved to betray me with this man around. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. His perfect back muscles flexing nicely through his scrub top. Don't get me started with the forearms, broad shoulders, and biceps. There was nothing but beautiful perfection built there. I wouldn't expect anything less, though. He was a neurosurgeon, and he needed the steady hands. And so, he had the arm muscles to keep that all in check. Yes, that's it. That's the reason he was built so muscularly perfect. And I was feeling those stupid butterflies flooding my stomach once again, while I imagined him taking off his shirt so I could get a glimpse of how well he was defined. He hung up the phone, and that's when I felt the heat blaze across my cheeks. Shit, what was I supposed to do? Fan myself like an old lady who'd caught the Holy Ghost in an Alabama church service? He slid the phone onto his desk, picked up the files June had given him, and turned to face me. He leaned back against his desk, and his eyes went to the charts he held.
"So, doctor,"
he started, my cheeks cooling down just in time for his icy blue eyes to meet mine.
"Oh, I forgot. We're on a first-name basis now. Right, Elena?"
"No," I said, my palms sweating. What the hell? This was a problem I'd never experienced before unless Dad was grilling me about something. He arched an eyebrow at me.
"Well, I feel more comfortable calling you Elena."
"I don't," I said, honestly. God, the way my name rolled off his tongue. The way he said it was sexy, even if he was only teasing me. I couldn't do sexy with this man. I couldn't do anything with this man so long as I got butterflies in my stomach around him. My cheeks heated up to a feverish temperature, and my palms started sweating.
"May I ask why that is?"
he asked, and I could sense that the flirty side of the man, Colin, had vanished, and I was left to stare at Dr. Brooks and his solemn and curious blue eyes.
I sincerely do not wish to make you uncomfortable in my presence, or my ward. We need to come to some kind of agreement outside of this Dr. Brooks and Dr. Alvarez nonsense. Even if you don't return my feelings."
He started thumbing through his charts as if this were any other conversation.
"Which eventually you will."
He looked up at me and flashed that irresistible cheeky grin of his, and then looked down at his charts again.
"You and I need to be a bit more comfortable in each other's presence, wouldn't you say?"
"I say we keep it professional and move in that direction as we get to know each other," I answered with a smile, finding my bearings. His phone buzzed, and all he did was smirk as he answered it, put it on speaker, placed it aside, and continued looking at his charts again.
"Dr. Mitchell?"
He answered.
"You're on speaker. Talk." "Pull me off speakerphone if you're in the company of a group of staff, please."
Dr. Mitchell answered with annoyance in his voice.
"You're in the company of Dr. Alvarez and me. We're alone in my office,"
he said.
"Dr. Alvarez? Ah, Elena,"
Dr. Mitchell said, realizing Colin wasn't referring to my father.
"How are we enjoying the cocky neurosurgeon? Are you going through with this professional marriage agreement?"
"Hold up." Colin's eyes met mine after setting the charts to the side and picking up his phone.
"She allows you to call her Elena? I thought she preferred Dr. Alvarez."
Jake started laughing, then was cut off when he was interrupted on his end of the phone. Colin folded his arms as he studied me with a look that made me swallow the instant lump that formed in my throat. Trying to keep it professional with him was starting to backfire on me. If he only knew why I would rather keep it to professional names. He hit the mute button on his phone.
"You mean to tell me that you're more comfortable with Dr. Mitchell than the guy you'll be helping to guide through a brain-mapping craniotomy?"
"Dr. Mitchell? You mean Jake?" I teased, now able to hold my own under his humored yet somewhat baffled expression. Something told me that working with Dr. Colin Brooks was going to be highly enjoyable.
"Yes, I mean Jake. Dr. Mitchell, Jacob Mitchell."
He pulled his phone off mute as he narrowed his eyes at me teasingly, and Jake came back on.
"Jacob Allen Mitchell,"
he said with a shit-eating grin.
"Hey now."
Jake came back.
"Who the hell are you suddenly, my dad? Or has my brother taken full possession of my best friend? It's the name that Elena, pardon me, Dr. Alvarez, just informed me that you prefer. Is this shit true too?"
Colin said, pinching his lips and closing his eyes.
"You're lucky as hell that you're still in the process of trying to keep Elena working for you. So, what shall we all call each other then?"
Colin looked at me while I heard Jake sigh on the other end of the phone. "I told you, Dr. Alvarez. Jake can call me Elena if he's comfortable with it. We already had that conversation earlier." Colin's lips rose dangerously sexy on one side.
"Very well then, Dr. Alvarez. Listen, I hate to interrupt you two already bickering, but I have a very thrilled Mrs. Irene Waller down here. She's getting ready to leave the cardiac unit today, and I told her I'd see if her second favorite doctor would like to come down and say his goodbyes. You tell my spicy little Irene I'm on my way, and that I have a good friend I'm bringing with me, a doctor that I'll be putting her in contact with, too. Should I inform her that it's Dr. Alvarez or Elena who will be joining you and sending her off today?"
Colin rubbed his forehead.
"You see the madness this is causing the entire hospital, don't you?"
He seemed to feign annoyance, while Jake laughed. "I see the madness it's causing you." I found my game and rhythm again, and was so grateful to God I had. Colin was fun, and his reactions were priceless. I seriously never expected a neurosurgeon to be this enjoyable.
"Let's go before we hurt ourselves. Work out your kinks before you both walk onto my hospital floor, please."
Jake laughed. Then the line died.
"I believe I told you that you are playing the wrong doctor,"
Colin said as he picked up the charts on his desk. "You did," I answered as we walked out of his office.
"Junebug?"
He handed her the charts.
"Keep these out, please. Dr. Alvarez and I have a quick visit to make on the cardiac floor, and we'll return in about 30 minutes to make these rounds together."
"Yes, doctor." "Dr. Brooks," I said.
"I prefer Colin,"
he said as we walked through the nurses' station, prompting heads to pop up and look at him like he'd lost his damn mind. No, he hadn't lost his mind. He was making me probably the most entertained I'd been working in any hospital with and around doctors since my intern days. The man was fun, quirky, and highly intriguing. And even though this whole Dr. Alvarez thing was getting old to even me, I figured it was more enjoyable than not to watch him get a bit flustered that everyone got to call me Elena except for the one man I loved hearing say my name the most. If he only knew I was struggling to keep my professional composure with these sudden hormonal rushes around him, he'd understand exactly why we needed to steer clear of him saying my name in his youthful, sexy voice. His voice that had a certain raspiness that turned me on by that alone. Time would tell how long I'd be able to keep up the doctors and professionalism only basis with him. I was a down-for-whatever kind of gal, and there was undeniable chemistry between us. I could feel it without needing to have more than these small interactions. I could see it in his eyes. Though he teased me with the professionalism stuff, I could tell he wanted more. But how much more? I wasn't afraid of commitment, but who knew how the handsome doctor who turned heads everywhere he went felt about that? That's why I was going to keep him at arm's length and enjoy this for now. Chapter 7. Elena. Dr. Brooks and I walked onto the cardiac floor. We were greeted by an extravagant outer waiting room. One of the ones where families could comfortably sit if they were not dealing with a family emergency. I was more than impressed with how the hospital atmosphere at St. John's was fashioned to be relaxed and carried with it a soothing ambiance to keep visitors comfortable and most likely to feel like they were in the atrium of a large, exquisite hotel. I'd seen most of this in pictures, but to be here and experience in person was unreal. We walked down the hall opposite the intensive care floor and turned into a hospital room that matched the exquisite feel of this place.
"There's my hot tamale,"
Dr. Brooks said when the patient came into sight.
"Dr. Colin,"
the elderly woman who sat on the side of her bed, dressed and ready to leave, said with a smile,
"You're as handsome as the day you saved my life."
I followed Colin and smiled over at who I assumed were her children in the room.
"That was over a year ago, Irene,"
he said, sitting next to her on the side of the bed.
"As I told you then, I'm like a fine wine. I just get better with age."
She chuckled and patted his leg. Very original for the witty doctor, I thought with a smile. All this professionalism and hardcore doctor stuff I'd learned in school and experienced in hospitals as an intern faded when I watched Colin bring his arm around the sweet and tiny elderly woman. I could almost imagine this woman to be his grandmother or a great-aunt, but she wasn't. His warmth drew everyone to him, and he was such a natural at being a star. I grew more curious by the second about what had happened to her and why she was the patient of both a neurosurgeon and a cardio doctor.
"She wouldn't budge until she had an opportunity to see you one more time,"
a woman in her 50s added from across the room. Colin grinned, and Irene's sharp eyebrow arch validated what the woman had said about her.
"Well, I'm not surprised, Gail,"
Colin said, glancing to the woman behind him and back to Irene.
"I believe I told my young crush here that I was owed at least a small turn on the dance floor if she promised to allow Dr. Mitchell to fix her up and get her back on her feet again."
Irene smiled over at me.
"Before I grant you that dance, young man, is this beautiful young lady my new doctor?"
Colin's humored expression met mine.
"She is,"
he said, and I kept my cool, trying not to fall victim to his eyes and smile again. This sweet interaction between Colin and Dr. Mitchell's patient was enough to make my heart swell. I'd never witnessed a doctor this close and caring of a patient before. It was endearing, to say the very least.
"She's not talking because she has these moments, you see,"
Colin said, pulling my mind off of the elderly woman whose makeup was done, complete with bright pink lipstick and matching blush. "Moments?" I questioned with a smile and walked over to Irene. "Hello, Irene. I reached out to shake her frail hand. "I'm Dr. Alvarez, but you can call me Elena if you'd like." I eyed Colin and smiled. "Dr. Brooks has informed me that I am going to be quite fortunate to have you as one of my new patients."
Elena,
she smirked, eyeing Colin, then bringing her attention back to me.
I am happy to meet you. Dr. Mitchell explained a bit about what you'll be doing as my doctor, and I have to say, I might not be your favorite patient.
"What makes you think so?" I asked, teasing back to the sass in her voice.
"Well,"
Colin interjected as he arched an eyebrow at the lady,
"she doesn't like to follow the rules. She was supposed to stay on her medications, but one day she decided she didn't need them anymore. That executive decision led to multiple TIAs and me having to call in the cardiac doc to have a stint put in at the top of the shunt I'd already placed so we can keep my favorite lady around.
I just get to the point where it's hard to imagine that I'm 83, she said in defeat. I guess that's why I ignored my doctor's orders.
And imagine my despair to know I was about to lose you again."
The family remained quiet as Colin and Irene sat side by side on her bed, talking more seriously.
"I can't go through this again, and if you end up breaking my heart or making me a patient of Dr. Mitchell's, I don't think he or I will ever forgive you."
"I guess this is where I come in," I said, listening to Colin and Irene communicate. Colin used a serious yet teasing method of trying to keep this sweet woman on her medication and out of the hospital. I could instantly sense her depression when she admitted to accepting that she wasn't a young woman anymore. "We'll work together. I want you to remember that it doesn't matter how old we are when it comes to taking medication. Age is most certainly just a number, and that medication is going to keep you feeling great, strong, and as youthful as you believe yourself to be." "No, age is not just a number, Dr. Alvarez." She came back, still sad and with a hint of annoyance. Colin frowned and studied me, waiting for my response after I seemed to piss off his patient. This was my specialty, though. My job was to ensure people could psychologically understand and accept a positive outcome to any adverse situation that may have altered their lives. Whether it was the sinking feeling of allowing one's age to spin them out to depression, injury of a car accident, or even paralysis, it was my job as their psychiatrist to help them cope. Helping a neurosurgeon perform a craniotomy was just a bonus of being at a patient's side while helping the surgeon and his patient through that particular process. "Perhaps you are correct," I said with an unwavering smile. "Some, even younger than I am, believe that they're older than they appear. They even act like it, too." "That's impossible." "Oh, it's quite common," I smiled at Irene, who was looking to Colin for whatever reason. "You'd be surprised at how many young people have wasted their days, plopped onto a couch, lost in the television, napping all day, never wanting to leave the house for some reason or another." "Absurd." She sat up and stared at me. She looked back at her family, then to me again. "Before this last incident, my kids back there couldn't even keep up with me." "I bet," I said. "Let me guess. You're not the type to sit around the house and act like you're over 100 years old like a lot of middle-aged people do." She gave me the most adorable, smug grin. "Not a chance," she cackled. "I've been all over the globe. I just returned from a trip to Australia to see my oldest boy. I go to Reno all of the time to gamble, and I never miss square dancing nights." "That's why age is just a number," I reaffirmed. "Maybe one day I can join you on a square dancing event when we get your doctors to approve it."
"The first square dancing partner she's going to have will be me,"
Colin said, standing up and turning to offer her his hand. I wanted to take in the reactions from her family behind her, hoping they didn't think I was some crazy psych doctor who was going to have their 80-year-old mother skydiving as soon as the doctors cleared her, but I couldn't take my eyes off the sight before me. Colin stood perfectly erect and held Irene as she stood as his ballroom dance partner.
"It was. Can't help falling in love, wasn't it?"
Colin asked as he took his phone out. "Oh, Elvis Presley. I saw him in Las Vegas once." She looked at me. "Dr. Brooks promised me a turn around the dance floor if I followed his orders in the hospital." She smiled. "This was mine and my late husband's song. The only man I'll allow to take Clancy's place is my sweetheart, Colin here." As Colin set his phone to play the song, I smiled as I watched him ease her around the small area next to her bed. The rest of us in the room must have vanished, leaving the doctor and his adorable patient dancing together in their own world. I watched as Irene held onto Colin's hand and waist, closed her eyes, and began to sing her and her husband's song. I could tell she must have been imagining dancing with her husband, and not the handsome neurosurgeon who was leading her to the beautiful love song. "She's a firecracker," the woman who walked around to me said. "I'm Janice, her youngest daughter. This is my oldest sister, Gail." Both women were meticulously dressed and coiffed, and their air told me they were a very proper and wealthy family. "This is our little brother, Wyatt. Our oldest brother, Miles, left before you both arrived. He's working with the medical staff to make sure Mom's place is set up for in-home care with her new nurse." "She won't move in with family?" I softly asked, as the two continued to dance in a way that made me want to learn more about Colin. Not just inside of work, but outside of the hospital, too. I mean, who wouldn't fall hard for this man? He had the looks to call for that alone, but this softer and more loving side, I would have never imagined. "She would never move in with any of us," Gail chimed in. "She's far too independent for that. We interviewed numerous in-home health nurses who would be willing to stay with her, and we finally settled on one that Mom fell in love with." "That's nice to hear," I said. "Do all of you live here locally?" "Only me," Janice said. "I live about 20 minutes away from Mom in Burbank. Our dad passed 15 years ago. He worked in television, and Mom loved every bit of that crazy life they had with the after-hours parties, award shows, you name it. She's still in the house where we grew up and has friends who still like to cut the rug with her." She chuckled. "I don't want her to lose that youthfulness in her spirit," I said. "How do all of you feel about her still holding on to that?"
"It's the best thing for her,"
Wyatt interjected.
"This last round of mini-strokes that sent her to the ER gave all of us a scare. Thank God that Dr. Brooks was on call since she was already his patient from before."
"My God, that's terrifying," I said, truthfully. "And how did he determine she stopped taking her meds?" Gail laughed and nodded toward where Colin finished their dance with a graceful twirl and a dip. "That man can get her to spill the beans on just about everything. He's truly the best."
"Outside of me, of course,"
Dr. Mitchell said as he entered the room in his scrubs, and fresh out of some surgery given the medical cap he was wearing. "The two heartbreakers," Irene giggled. "Get over here, Jacob." She held out her hands as Dr. Brooks walked over to Jake, took her charts, and pulled out his pen. "I'm going to miss these handsome faces." "Thank you, sweetheart," she said as Colin intently studied her charts, then flipped the page and started writing his notes.
"Let's keep it at this. If you want to see your favorite doctors again, invite us over for dinner,"
Jake said, accepting her hug.
"My son just celebrated his first birthday, and I'm sure he'll love tearing up your place like he does mine."
Irene laughed as her kids walked over to grab their purses and Irene's personal belongings.
"Well, Dr. Colin," Jake said, "is she able to go home and be transferred into the care of the lovely Elena?" "She is,"
Colin said, scribbling more on the charts before looking up.
"You and I will have another turn on the dance floor next week on a follow-up appointment in my office. At that time, I will work with Dr. Alvarez, as her schedule will start filling up fairly quickly. Her office is still under a small renovation, but she'll be right next to mine if, for any reason, she may need my assistance with any of the patients we share. Which means, Irene,"
Dr. Mitchell said, his dark blue eyes mischievous,
"if you give Elena any trouble, then your mean doctor will come rushing in to bust you."
He crossed his arms and smiled.
"I'm the nice one, remember?"
"Hospital gossip," Irene said. The 5-foot-tall woman stood in front of these two GQ model-looking men, their muscular build highlighted by their scrubs.
That's all. I love you both.
She grew serious.
And I thank you both.
She looked at me.
I think you and I will have fun together, especially if your office is close to Colin's. Maybe we'll give him a hard time together.
She winked, and then her family helped guide her from her two favorite surgeons.
I'm finishing up on the release orders right now,
Dr. Brooks said.
Follow them, please. I look forward to meeting your new in-home nurse next week at your follow-up. Any questions for me or Dr. Mitchell before we turn you loose and back into the human population again?
As Irene and her kids asked a few questions to both doctors, I stared at Colin. At this moment in time, I didn't know what to think of the man. Never before had I been at a loss for words, my heart somehow feeling it would take the lead over my mind. Relationships happened between medical professionals often, and so did fun and straightforward affairs. I wished I thought the man was only flirting with me after his constant teasing and the way his smile broadened and eyes sparkled when we were playful from our day of interacting. But I wasn't foolish or naive. I felt Colin might have seen something in me that night we first met, the night that I first lost myself in the most striking set of blue eyes I'd ever seen when he spun me around to face him after coming from out of nowhere on the dance floor. I would be a fool to turn the man down after witnessing what I had today, and I knew it. Was I afraid of him breaking my heart? Well, no one wants to be crushed after allowing themselves to take a chance on someone. But I was raised to get up when I fell and to walk off the pain. My parents didn't raise their children to be sensitive and crumble. They raised the three of us to be bold, daring, and live every day as if it were our last. And that's how I saw life. I loved life, and I wasn't afraid of loving hard, no matter the cost. Was I in love with Colin Brooks? No, but I was fascinated by the man. Right now, I wanted to be a good, close friend with the doctor. I loved this part of first meeting people, the fun, less complicated side of everything. I knew these thoughts were only in my head because of how we both seemed to fit together. I could see it in his eyes as solidly as I felt it in my mind. We clicked, and we would work well as a team. One thing was sure, though. He would continue to refer to me as Dr. Alvarez until I was able to hold my own against the way my name sounded coming out of his mouth. We didn't need me drooling over the doctor, or like I was now, watching him and Jake banter back and forth, lost in these thoughts. I had to get all of this out of my system and get myself under control, or I wouldn't be an asset to his team. I'd be the giggly goof, sitting there in surgery while Dr. Brooks depended on me to help him during high-pressure surgeries. Here I was putting Colin in his place by insisting we keep it professional with the doctor formalities. Little did he know, it wasn't Colin who I couldn't trust on the first-name basis stuff. It was myself.
Chapter 8. Colin. The day had finally ended, and if it weren't for Jake's heads-up text, I would have completely forgotten that I was supposed to meet up with the guys at Kinder's tonight. Since being in Elena's presence on Monday, the fact that I'd lost 2 days in the week was somewhat strange to me. The time flew by, and here I was on the eve of Jamie's surgery and mine and Elena's first surgical experience together since she accepted the job. She was already stacked with appointments, and that didn't surprise me in the slightest. Elena was charming and a brilliant light that couldn't be put out. Everyone wanted to be in her presence, and that included me. I took a step back, though, after having her at my side all day on Monday. I knew she needed to shine on her own, and she did that without even trying. Did I still fantasize about the woman as I had since the day I met her? Hell yes. In fact, I hadn't turned my attention toward another woman since the first dance we'd shared in Vegas. I guessed that my best friends believed I was taking some personal challenge in not dating, but the reasoning for it they'd never believe, and I didn't give a shit. That's the file on Mrs. Johnson, I said to Patty. "I'm out until Monday. Thanks again for moving my patients around for the surgery tomorrow." "Never a problem, Colin," Patty answered with her dimpled smile. "I bet Jamie is nervous, but I know she's elated to have you fix the issues finally." "She deserves the freedom from the pain and the pain meds she's been living on," I answered, signing off on one last prescription for Mrs. Johnson. "This needs to be sent off, and I want Mrs. Johnson to call the hospital if she feels the slightest dizziness after taking her first dose. She understood that after I talked to her, but make sure the pharmacist relays that vital information for me, please." "I hope this helps with her seizures," she said. I leaned against the counter that faced the center of the office floor. 10 doctors shared this common area, and all of us worked the neuro floor in the main hospital of St. John's. I'd previously spoken with the hospital board about closing things off a bit to allow our patients and personal secretaries a bit more privacy. Things could easily get chaotic in this open environment, whether the neurologists, psychiatrists, surgeons, or therapists were sort of our own unit or not. Some days, like today, this place was more congested than the hospital, and it made for a tense environment for patients whose diseases varied and required a quieter and calmer atmosphere. Don't get me wrong, I loved this spot, the teams I worked with, and my office, but we needed to do something with patients being called back on intercoms and staff being called out the same way. It was a goddamn circus at times, and today was one of those days that all of us were in here working with only 2 up in the hospital. It was a madhouse, and I was shocked that Patty didn't go into labor just juggling shit around all day. Not only was she dealing with my patients, but until Elena hired herself a secretary, she was dealing with Elena's too. "You need to go home and get your feet up and stop worrying about our friends, Miss Tao," I teased. "I swear you worry more about the patients than you do little Colin." I eyed her large stomach and grinned at her. "You think it's a boy, eh?" she asked, swiveling around in her chair. "And that I'd actually name my firstborn son after you?" "Of course I do," I teased. "He's heard nothing but my wisdom for the past 9 months. You might as well name the little fellow after the most intelligent man he's ever had the privilege of listening to." "You're too much, Dr. Brooks," Patty answered, typing the script in her computer to send off to the pharmacy. "And if it's a girl?" "Colin seems to love the name Elena." I heard the voice of the one woman who found a way to speak straight to my heart without even knowing she did. "I say, if he's all about naming your baby, we stick to his selfish ideas, Patty." I twisted to lean and smile at the beautiful ray of sunshine that filled this part of the office. "Selfish? Me? You've lost your mind, Alvarez." "You are a selfish man." Elena raised her eyebrows at me and filed her papers off to the side. "Patty, don't worry about these until tomorrow. Go home, put your feet up, and relax." "I believe I already gave her that order." I arched an eyebrow at the bronze eyes that stole my breath away. "Then she's under 2 doctors' orders." She grinned, and I was done. I pulled my bottom lip between my teeth and enjoyed taking in the portrait of perfection, beauty, and cheer. God, I was a patient man. Until her. After leaving Patty to finish up her work and Elena, giving me the privilege of watching her float down the hallway to her office, conveniently located next to mine, with poise and grace, I decided to pack it up and head out to my car. After tucking away Jamie's file and most recent scans, I pulled on my suit jacket, shouldered my leather work bag, and left the office through the side door. While I fiddled with my keys, I went back in my mind to Elena's and my previous meeting with Jamie and her family. We'd fully prepped Jamie for her craniotomy. I'd be back at the hospital at 4 a.m. and ready to do what I did best, go after issues most doctors would naturally shy away from. This surgery would be a challenge, but instead of allowing challenges to play with my mind, I welcomed them, heart and soul. Case in point, Elena Alvarez. Aside from the woman who was testing my patience more than I imagined possible, I had to admit I thrived on situations that those in neuroscience referred to as breakthroughs for our work field. Brain lesions weren't necessarily a breakthrough in science, but any form of a craniotomy while being so close to the brain's vital areas was critical. These lesions were seemingly too close to her memory receptors and her fine motor skills. One small fuck-up, and I could wreck Jamie's life, and my new neuropsychiatrist would be working with Jamie on a whole new level. Like anyone, neurosurgeons made their fair share of mistakes, but in all my years, one case would never leave my mind. The act was perpetrated by a chief surgeon from a previous hospital while I was an intern, and it made me sick to recall how greedy the doctor was. He was so sure of himself and so fucking cocky that he stopped listening to the doctor who was working with his patient during the craniotomy, and he kept going after the poor woman's tumor as if it were his to conquer. The motherfucker ruined that woman's life that day. And instead of allowing that man to destroy my outlook on being a neurosurgeon, it pushed me harder to become a better one who wouldn't put my aspirations of being the best above the well-being of my patient. I wanted to be the kind of physician who could put his ego aside and know when to quit, and especially when to listen to those helping me in surgeries like a craniotomy. Did I want Jamie's lesions never to return? Abso-fucking-lutely. I also wouldn't dare go farther than Elena would guide me and risk any damage to my patient. If I removed these damn things entirely, Jamie would never have to return for a craniotomy again. "Nice car," I heard Elena say when I finally reached my vehicle. I glanced up to see her smile beam under the lights of the covered garage. "Damn, you are beautiful," I said, finally outside of a professional environment and alone with the woman who stole my heart away and seemingly had no plan to give it back either. She playfully pulled her hair out of the loose bun she always wore, giggled, and flipped her long black hair around like she was being filmed for a shampoo and conditioner commercial. "I get that a lot." Her eyes widened playfully as she walked up to where I'd reclined against the newest car I'd added to my sports car collection. Only a fool would think otherwise. So, I folded my arms, mirroring the sassy way she stood in front of me. "When are you going to finally let me prove that I'm the man of your dreams?" "Who says you already haven't, Dr. Brooks?" she teased with her smile. "The fact that we're still on this doctor nonsense," I smirked. "You're wasting precious days without being able to come home with me each night." She covered her smile, and I loved it when I said something that painted her cheeks pink. "What if I wanted you to come home with me?" "And get my ass kicked by your dad? Hard pass," I returned. She rolled her eyes. "A man who's all talk and no walk." "Bullshit." I lifted my chin and held her gaze. "I believe you've seen the walk, Alvarez." "Nope," she answered. "You may be the best and most attractive neurodoc I've ever met, but you're scared shitless to come home to see what my dad has to say about you as my boyfriend." "Your brother and I have an agreement, and I'll be there next week," I returned. "That's cheating, Brooks," she said. "You're coming over as my brother's friend and not Miguel's daughter's strappingly hot doctor boyfriend." "All right, you got me there," I answered. "Why can't we just start slow?" "Slow?" she answered. I swear this woman did nothing but smile and vibrantly interact with everyone she came across, and it made me crave her presence. Talking to her again made me feel like an addict getting their fix. "Yeah, like eating at a taco truck or something?" I asked. Her eyes widened. "You know taco trucks are my thing, right?" "Then I'm your man," I answered truthfully, hoping to rope her into doing something with me. "Possibly, but I don't do the whole—" She waved her hand over my new McLaren. "You know, the car is making up for something the dude doesn't have. Overcompensation, I believe, is the proper term." I choked out a laugh. "What the hell does that mean?" "This car is obviously one that you bought for performance, correct?" "And I have quite a few others you might disapprove of as well. This one I enjoy for commuting." But its performance is why you bought it? It's the only reason I drive sports cars. Yeah, makes sense, Dr. Brooks, she smirked. Your car is making up for your performance issues. Now that's something you'd have to judge after riding in my car and back to my place. I don't date doctors, she finally said. I don't either. Never have. Then why all the games? Because they're not games, Dr. Alvarez. I don't see you as solely a doctor. I see you as the woman I will spend the rest of my life with. I studied her as she almost nervously ran her thumb over her bottom lip. It was a gesture I noticed 2 days ago, something she did when I brought her into consultations, and she was deeply considering the answers. Does that scare the shit out of you? She twisted her lips up and recovered the slight nervousness I'd sensed. No, nothing scares me, she boldly proclaimed. Then what's the holdup? You and I have chemistry, and you know it. I see it in your eyes. Good God, man, she laughed loudly, that lovely, delightful laugh that lit her face. We hardly know each other. That's why I want to take you on a date to a fucking taco truck. She exhaled, cocking her head to the side as she looked at me with the most adorable face. It was like she was loving every second of this, and she had no intention of turning me down. I could sense that from a mile away. Tempting because I'm starved, but Dad texted me and he's making one of his Cuban delights for dinner tonight. I stepped forward. Enough of the silly back and forth. I had to do something to stop this woman from being hung up on me being only a doctor when, even though that was true, I was also a human man, a man who had been shot by Cupid's arrow and had mysteriously fallen for this Cuban goddess. She stood completely still as I reached my hand up and gently took a piece of her soft hair in my hand and tucked it behind her ear. I was keenly aware, watching and hearing everything, that her breathing had fallen out of rhythm as I gently allowed my fingertips to run down the side of her neck. I'll see you in the morning, Alvarez, I said, trying to win her over with a touch of charm. She had no idea how desperately I wanted to pull her into my arms. The soft moan from her and her eyes, which were now dazed, made this interaction more torturous for me than her. My cock could attest to that. It'll be a big day for you, me, and our patient. It will, she answered. I will be ready. I do not doubt that, I answered, stepping back, needing to cool it down for my own good. Where's your car? I'll drive you over to it, or walk you. On the other side of yours. I get doctor parking too, she chuckled. Then get plenty of rest. Give your dad and brother my best. Perhaps you and I will celebrate our first successful surgery tomorrow night at the taco truck of your choosing. You're that sure of yourself with this brain surgery? She asked. I'm sure of you, I answered, and then turned to get into the car. Tomorrow night, Alvarez. She smiled, shook her head, and then walked in front of my car and over to hers. I took a glance at the vehicle she had been more impressed with than mine, and I smirked to see it was a white Land Rover. Overcompensating indeed, I thought with a laugh. She enjoyed some fine luxuries herself, and here I was starting to feel like somewhat of a douche with my high-performance sports car. I backed out and called Jake, knowing I was late to meet up with the guys. These nights were pretty much our midweek, guys blowing off steam sessions. A nice dinner, a few drinks, and teasing the hell out of each other is what we lived for. Tonight was probably going to be the discussion about the whens and wheres of Jim and Avery's wedding. Who knew? Our conversations lately ranged from the mundane to news none of us ever saw coming. This night would be no different.
Chapter 9. Elena. My night was restless, and it wasn't because I was anxiously awaiting Jamie's surgery. I was more eager than I expected to help that young woman get her life back. But that wasn't what was weighing on my mind. What started my spiral into a sleepless night was my little brother, acting like a spoiled 4-year-old about Dad selling the house. Dad wouldn't divulge any extra information about his particular reasons for moving, and the truth was that he was a grown-ass, retired man who could move to Japan if he so wished. He certainly didn't deserve to be questioned by anyone in his family, especially his son, who wouldn't just fall out of the damn nest and learn to fly on his own. Mom and Dad let Stevie get away with too much shit, and now Dad was dealing with the fallout. Stevie didn't have the memories that Lydia and I had from the Malibu ranch. That was where we learned to ride horses, forced to ride, in Lydia's case, and participated in equestrian events. We enjoyed every second of our slice of paradise, with countless acres to explore and play. It was every kid's dream. But why would an aspiring DJ care about any of that? My brother was such a little idiot sometimes, and I certainly wasn't in the mood to stay up late and calm down the two bulls who were locking horns about this topic all night. So, I left them grumbling in the living room while I headed to bed. And that's when the last 3 days of falling harder and harder for Colin's charms decided to plague my mind. Watching the man, even in passing, was enough to make me drool. I watched him on the hospital floors, and then spent the last 2 days watching him move around our beautiful office. Colin was cocky as hell, that was certain. But what was surprising was that he was even more compassionate than he was arrogant. That was a hidden gem that I wasn't anticipating, and I couldn't get past it. Something was sparking up between us. He knew it, and I knew it, but I was the one pumping the brakes on him until tonight. Tonight, I finally had given in and allowed my feelings, which were growing more rapidly than they should have, to come to the surface. It was true that we hardly knew each other, and we'd only started working together 3 flipping days ago, but I'd never felt more drawn to a man in my life. This was different than all of my other romantic experiences. I couldn't explain how, but it was 100% undeniable. And every time I wanted to shut off the emotions, Colin and I wound up face to face, and he conjured them right back up again. Oddly enough, it felt like the brain surgeon was already in my brain and manipulating it in ways I couldn't understand. So, on my path to destroying a perfectly solid night's sleep, I decided to press him, to flirt back with him, and to feel the gentle touch of his fingertips as they slid down the side of my neck. That, coupled with his eyes, his seriousness, and being half a second away from reaching up to feel his full lips on mine, finally letting the crisp scent of his masculine cologne seep into my senses, was the reason I woke up every 30 minutes throughout the night. Hornier than hell, too. Jesus, what I wouldn't do to feel his fingertips soothing my clit that seemed to throb at the thought of how it would all go down, having him in bed with me. I'd been single long enough, and I was dangerously close to thinking that if we just had sex and got it out of the way, maybe we could both get on with our lives as usual. Unfortunately, the fantasies that had held me hostage all week told me that getting on with life as usual was not in the cards for either one of us. Now and then in life, we come across someone we know is meant to be a significant part of our lives, and Colin was one of those people for me. Call it kismet, fate, or fortune. Whatever it was beyond either of our control. I'd had plenty of coffee before arriving at the hospital. I wanted to quickly check on Jamie before I worked with the staff to help set up the OR for Dr. Brooks to do the craniotomy with his attending neurosurgeon, Dr. Nathan, and the entire team we met with yesterday afternoon to prep for Jamie's surgery this morning. Thank God for this line of work and today's surgery, because it wasn't less than 3 seconds on the floor, and I was in surgery prep mode. As I expected, Jamie was nervous and ready to get this over. It was a typical reaction to having an awake craniotomy, and I reassured her that Dr. Brooks would ensure that this 6-hour, give or take, surgery would move safely, and she'd be walking out of here tomorrow after Colin cleared her. Once again, I was highly impressed with how efficiently and smoothly this team worked to prepare the surgical room and the patient for the doctor to do his job. Colin's voice announced his entrance to the room, and I was greeted with a confident smile, as if this critical surgery was like everyday walking and talking for him. His presence kept the room's atmosphere calm, yet charged with an energy of confidence that radiated through everyone. I watched the image guidance screen that Colin had used to make his marks. He used the equipment to help lock Jamie's head in a vise to prevent her from moving when the anesthesiologist was ready to wake her to work with me. He made smaller than usual cuts with such precision that there would be no scarring when he was done. Colin, the surgeon, was a completely different individual in his OR. I could quickly tell this man didn't bullshit his way through or around anything. He had the most advanced technology giving me and him the 3D images of Jamie's brain to watch, as well as the functioning MRI, which was telling me and the doctors in the room precisely where certain areas were being stimulated. At the same time, he would probe around on her brain while she and I would talk. Everyone's brain was different, and that's the fascinating thing about brains and the human mind. One's speech may be in a particular area of the frontal lobe, and it could be in a completely different area of another person's frontal lobe. That's why we were in here, and Colin was now calling for the anesthesiologists to wake up our sweet Jamie. I smiled, holding different picture images for her to tell me about when her eyes fluttered open, and she stared at me in confusion. "Hey, Jamie," I said. "It's nice to see you again." Her eyes widened with a bit of fear. That was normal, given she would still be a bit loopy, and her head was locked in a vise, as opposed to how she was positioned before they put her under. "Where's Dr. Brooks?" she asked with some paranoia as I reached for her fidgeting hands.
"Right behind you,"
Colin said, eyes staring through the computer magnifier and working on probing around the troubled lesion in her brain.
"I know you want to see my handsome face, but Dr. Alvarez, sitting at your side, has decided to do all the easy stuff."
She smiled and calmed some, her eyes sliding back over to where I stood. "That's right," she answered. "I'm having brain surgery."
"That you are."
Colin looked at me as my eyes flicked from Jamie to the computer screens the neurologists were carefully studying, displaying each cut, clip, and electronic probe Dr. Brooks was doing on Jamie's brain. "And I'm looking at Elena." She smiled sweetly at me when my eyes went back to hers.
"That must be wonderful. I have to know something, Jamie,"
Colin said as I watched him probing around the frontal lobe area.
"What does it feel like to wake up and the first thing you see are the beautiful eyes of Dr. Alvarez? I forgot the color. Remind me, would you please?"
Her glossy eyes dazzled as I looked at Dr. Brooks to shake my head for him to stay clear of the area where he was working. "Hazel?" she said, somewhat confused.
"Hazel it is. Just like my great-grandmother's name,"
Colin answered. I held up a card showing a picture of a shoe and asked Jamie if she could tell me what she saw. I could instantly recognize her discomfort. This was a blatant reminder that we were in brain surgery. Dr. Brooks was doing so well in ensuring everyone in the room was comfortable and moving through this surgery flawlessly. And here I was, acting like a robot fresh out of an internship, with the basic cards to keep our patient talking.
"Good grief,"
Colin said with a laugh.
"Why are we looking at oversized flashcards, Dr. Alvarez?"
Jamie laughed. "Her name is Elena." "Elena?" she questioned while I watched Colin, working extremely close to her temporal lobe where the largest lesion had grown toward. The area bordered the frontal lobe, where Colin worked with her cognitive skills a moment ago. The frontal lobe was where he had to be extremely careful, given I was mapping him around these two areas where her speech, cognitive skills, and responses were located, not to mention her memories. Now, we needed to get her talking about something, while Colin worked within millimeters of where her memories could be altered if he got too close to that part of her brain. "Yes, Elena."
"A beautiful name. Even more beautiful than my great-grandmother's,"
Colin said. "Elena," she repeated, as I continued to nod and communicated with Colin to assure him we were in a safe area for him to work on this lesion. "You remind me of Elena from the vampire—" She stopped speaking, and I shook my head to Colin to let him know that his device had mapped the location of her speech, which cut her off mid-sentence. Colin nodded and moved away from that area.
"Vampires?" Colin asked. "Like Dracula? Are you saying that Elena reminds you of one of the Count's beautiful blood-sucking creatures?"
He chuckled. "The Vampire Diaries." She laughed too.
"Interesting,"
Colin said while I smiled at her. "That's a huge compliment," I said, after Colin gave me a look that said he'd let me know when he was sure of the location where he could safely operate. "I love Elena in that show." "I love her too," Jamie said.
"Why am I just now hearing about your love for vampires?"
Colin asked. I found it fascinating that he could operate and hold an actual conversation instead of needing silence to focus, given how close he was to these critical locations in Jamie's brain. "You would have laughed at me before," Jamie said with a grin.
"And you think I'm not laughing now?"
Colin answered.
"So that you know, you'll remember all of these confessions after you wake up from surgery."
"I love Damon," I added, knowing we had to keep Jamie talking because Colin was now making cuts and clamping off certain blood vessels. "I love how Damon loves Elena."
"So, who's the vampire?"
Colin asked.
"The lovely Elena or this Damon joker?"
"Damon," Jamie said. "Sometimes Elena."
"Sometimes a vampire, sometimes not? Interesting,"
Colin added.
"And does this lovely Elena share Damon's love in this vampire show?"
"No spoilers. You'll have to watch it someday." Jamie laughed. "Maybe he can binge-watch it on a day off and find out." "I love Damon's icy blue eyes," I said.
"Icy blue eyes?"
Colin asked. "Like yours," Jamie answered.
"Ah,"
Colin answered, and I certainly wasn't disagreeing with our patient, who was confessing that she loved a vampire television show.
"Given this vampire has the same beautiful eyes as I have, and we have an Elena in the room, I might have to ask her out."
"Elena doesn't like Damon in the beginning," Jamie said as Colin continued to work, and the room chuckled to her response. "He's too pushy, I think," I said, "though extremely handsome."
"Sometimes it's not about icy blue eyes and looks alone,"
Colin said, then turned to a nurse for suction and another tool. He was moving to the area with Jamie's fine motor skills.
"So, vampires are usually cold, since they are dead,"
Colin said with sarcasm.
"Can you tell me if our Elena has deathly cold hands, Jamie?"
I reached over and held Jamie's hand and shook my head, knowing that somehow Colin was about to turn this talking and awake brain surgery experience into some Colin and Elena vampire show. "Nice and warm," Jamie said. "Go ahead and squeeze my hand." I watched Colin as he mapped around where her second lesion was on her parietal lobe. "Nice," I said, nodding at Colin and giving him the clear on this area.
"Can you hold your hand up for me, Jamie?"
Colin asked. She couldn't, and everyone in the room knew that this was an area he had to stay away from.
"Nope. It doesn't sparkle, does it, Dr. Alvarez?"
"Sparkle?" Jamie laughed. "Those are different vampires."
"Aren't they all the same?"
he questioned, working diligently in this area of her brain. "Hardly," I answered with a wink to Jamie. "As we said, we like Damon and his icy blue eyes. Like yours, Dr. Brooks." Jamie smiled at me.
"Are you wanting to be in surgery all day, Dr. Alvarez?"
Colin asked, working closely with the nurse to gather instruments.
"I need the magnifier shifted to the left, please,"
he requested. "She's doing a great job," Jamie said. "Ignore him." Colin reached for another instrument, gave me a quick, knowing look, and then looked back to Jamie's brain.
"Dr. Alvarez understands that if she distracts me, we'll be in here all day with me having great difficulty trying to focus."
"We're just down here stating vampire facts," I said.
"I thought vampires sparkled."
"Twilight vampires sparkle. If you really want to be here all day, we can go into all the different vampires, I added with a laugh. You thought vampires were Dracula's ladies too, Jamie answered.
That's how I always saw them. The Count was the reason they multiplied. I am just now learning that vampires aren't in love with the big guy with no heart. Strange.
Colin was back and working closely on the lesion where her memories were again. The brain was so complex, and each one of them so different. Being in here and helping a surgeon map out one for multiple lesions was even more fascinating. Vampires? Jamie questioned. To the left, I said to Colin, seeing his attention was solely focused on fixing this last lesion. You remember we were talking about how hot Damon is, but he was too pushy with the beautiful Elena, I said, teasing Colin and knowing he was trying to get this lesion fully repaired, but it was too close to the memory location of the temporal lobe. Colin remained silent while Jamie looked at me in confusion.
How is it a man can be too pushy when it comes to a beautiful woman? Especially when her name is... What was her name again?
Colin asked while I prayed that she remembered. This was the do-or-die moment for this lesion, and if Jamie couldn't recall things right now, he'd have to abandon that area completely. Elena, she finally said. What happened? Colin is jealous of Damon, I smirked. Oh, she laughed. I thought I did something wrong.
You're doing everything right. Just keep talking to our Elena, and we'll keep moving along,
Colin said. I could hear the nurse, Colin, the other surgeon, and the others talking, but I was fixated on the fact that, somehow, we got lucky. With Colin's steady hand and patience, he was nailing this lesion and repairing the most problematic one. He was a prodigy, and there was no doubting that fact, even if his broad knowledge of all things vampire royally sucked. Jamie and I talked about Vampire Diaries episodes, and I laughed when Colin grew tired of hearing about Damon's eyes. I even tried to change the subject to her talking about her wedding plans, but she wouldn't have it, and I loved that.
Well, I guess your fiancé is going to have to blame Dr. Alvarez for whatever I messed up in your surgery. It must have happened at the beginning,
he teased with a laugh after Jamie refused to talk about her wedding. He didn't mess anything up, I laughed while he and Jamie argued about the wedding stuff.
No?
Colin pressed.
I figured you two ladies would be filling me in on wedding plans for Jamie this entire time. But instead, I'm hearing about doppelgangers and witch weddings.
The witch wedding happened, Jamie insisted. I remember it. It was a horrible scene, to be honest, I added.
The horrible scene will be when you wake up and your handsome fiancé, who doesn't have this drop-dead gorgeous vampire's icy blue eyes, finds out you'd rather talk witchy weddings than your own.
My colors are silver and blue, she told me with a smile.
You're in trouble, young lady, Colin said. You're marrying poor Paul while you're in love with a vampire. Wait, Paul isn't a vampire, is he?
Colin nodded toward me to signal that he was finishing 3 hours ahead of time, after all of us going on and on for the last 4 hours. All Jamie's lesions had been repaired, and that was only due to Colin's steady hand and constantly watching me for locations he could or couldn't get anywhere near. I don't even think my dad would have had the skilled precision of that man, pressing himself to the limits and trusting me to guide his hand by watching the computer models, as well as talking with Jamie. Most doctors would have gone in hard and fast to repair the lesion in such a critical area, or they would have abandoned it and waited to see if the patient felt any different when they woke up. Not once did I see either of those temptations in Colin. We mapped her brain down to the closest areas, and I wanted to jump up and shout in the victory that we'd done so well and pulled off what I would deem the impossible. But I kept my cool. Just as Colin called for the anesthesiologists to return Jamie to sedation so that he could stitch her back up, I smiled over at the man who was hard at work and as cool as a freaking cucumber. This was second nature to him. I could sense that a mile away. Colin requested they turn on Bob Seger songs for what I assumed was his wrap-it-up music, and I couldn't wipe the smile off my face if I wanted to. Dr. Colin Brooks was perfection, and I was definitely down for celebrating tonight at the taco truck he mentioned the previous night. This was my first surgery, and I was damn proud at how well we all did. It was crazy how I felt since it didn't match the vibes of the room. Everyone was still working on their ends of the craniotomy, and I was sitting here feeling an adrenaline rush as I focused on Jamie's vital monitors. I felt like confetti should fall from the ceiling, and I couldn't help but laugh at the fact that I was such a newbie. I didn't care. I knew this cheesy grin would stay plastered on my face for the rest of the day and night. Hell yes. We did it, Dr. Colin Brooks. We were a team, and I wouldn't change the fact that I worked with the best neurodoc I'd ever seen. He made my love for this job grow to heights I didn't know existed. To see a calm, fun, patient, and skilled man work in perfection was simply amazing to me. What a guy. That's all I could conclude. This man rendered me speechless, and after we walked out of this room, I knew I wouldn't be able to hold up this flirty front with him. All I knew was that adrenaline was pumping in my veins, and I couldn't be prouder to work with such an incredible neuro team. Chapter 10. Elena. Strangely, the only thing to get a stunned reaction out of Colin after a day in the hospital, performing a highly successful craniotomy, was me asking him when he planned to take me on our date to the taco truck. The man reacted as I'd reacted in the OR when he managed to get both lesions fixed in Jamie's brain. His smile was plastered from ear to ear. Unlike Colin, I remained in my scrubs, since I didn't keep a change of clothes in my office, and I had to pull my shit together when he walked out of his, wearing a pair of jeans and a snug V-neck sweater, the burgundy color making his blue eyes pop even more than usual. I followed his badass sports car to Long Beach, shocked that we didn't stick around the downtown Los Angeles area, but Colin swore by this particular taco truck, and I wasn't going to argue. We arrived and ordered our food before driving to a more secluded area where Colin found us a bench to share closer to the beach. We sat in comfortable silence, eating our food and listening to the waves rolling into the shore across the street from where we sat. Damn, these tacos are the best I've ever had, I finally said as I went in for another carnitas taco out of the bag. Told you, he said between bites of the large-ass burrito he ordered. It's the seasonings they use, and I love their green salsa. It makes it worth the drive to Long Beach. You live around here? I asked. No, he answered with a smile. I have a place in Malibu. Oh yeah? My dad is selling my childhood home and moving to our family ranch in Malibu. When he retired, he said something about going to Malibu so he can enjoy the ocean again. Yes, I laughed. That is the current family drama that I'm dealing with at home. Colin crumbled up the foil from his now devoured burrito and reclined back with his bottled water in hand. Drama in the Alvarez family? He questioned. I definitely couldn't see that ever happening. I nudged him with a laugh, my mouth full of the last bite of my taco. Getting off the subject of my family issues, how'd you find out about this place? You don't seem like the Long Beach kind of guy. Did you date some hottie who lived here? Colin smirked. Jake and I love to surf. It's our way of decompressing sometimes. You surf? I asked, drinking from the glass Coke bottle I ordered. Have since I was a boy. You name the beach, and Jake and I most likely have surfed it. He draped his arm up over the back of the bench. What about you, Miss Cuban Floridian goddess of mine? I practically choked on the carbonation I was downing from my soda bottle. Pardon me? He chuckled. It's what I call you, he stated factually. I'm not yours. Changing the subject again, Colin? I exhaled. My eyes turned back to the beach because I knew that if I didn't look somewhere else, I was going to kiss him and prove how much I loved hearing that sentiment come out of his mouth. Colin, you say? He perked up. As in, we're finally on a first-name basis? I'm in scrubs, so I'm still Dr. Alvarez. I teased. You changed into civilian clothing, so I can call you Colin. Oh, come on, Colin said, smiling over at me with a look of annoyance on his face.
I'm starting to believe you're one of those obsessed doctors now.
What? I looked at him in confusion.
Yeah, the assholes with a doctor complex.
He poked my leg teasingly. That's not what I'm doing, and I don't have a complex, I answered. Listen, another subject change, but I wanted to tell you that you were awesome today. Honestly, I wanted to jump up and scream with excitement at how well you performed a surgery that most doctors might not have handled as you did.
Well, funny that you should say so, because I usually prefer to end all of my surgeries with such fanfare, so you should have done so,
he answered with a cheeky grin.
It would have actually made me believe I finally impressed you.
Our taco truck date didn't prove that to you?
I knew that was going to happen,
he said.
I already asked you on this date last night.
I shook my head. What made you go into this profession? I know it wasn't money.
I see you've stalked me out and found I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth.
He smirked, and damn it if he didn't continue to look sexier and sexier with each passing moment. Possibly, I lied. Everyone knew about Dr. Colin Brooks, the famous neurosurgeon, and son of the late and gifted architect, John Brooks. Well, everyone who was in our profession, I guess. Colin's father came from old money, as they say, and aside from John Brooks having a stellar reputation, his net worth of billions was well earned. I'm just wondering if St. John's was named after the famous architect who designed its renovation. Colin shook his head, smiled, and then looked out to the white foam waves in the ocean.
My dad was a lot of things, rest his soul, but he was no saint. However, he was arrogant enough to wish the hospital was named after him.
I'm sorry for your loss, by the way, I said. I heard about it from my dad. He said you seemed to accept it better than Dr. Mitchell, though.
We all grieve differently,
he said, becoming more introspective at that moment, and I instantly felt terrible for saying anything. I apologize. I didn't mean it to sound like Dr. Mitchell cared more about your father than you. That came out completely wrong. I spoke out of turn.
No, please. Don't apologize for that,
Colin said with a laugh and a look that made me tingle from head to toe, even through my embarrassment.
I understood what you meant. And to be clear, I was devastated about my father. There were many factors leading up to his death that didn't make his passing a complete shock to me, though. That is to say that some people die suddenly and unexpectedly. My father had been sick for years, which doesn't make his passing any less tragic to my mother or me. But, on some level, I had been slowly accepting that it was inevitable. That being said, his death affected Jake much harder because Jake lost him on his table. We were both on call that night, but when Dad stroked, he was going down faster than any paramedics could handle. Then, if it wasn't enough, the ER staff sent him straight to Jake's OR, and it was chaos.
Oh my God, I said in shock. That's horrible.
Dad had it coming, and we all knew it,
Colin answered.
Jake knew it too. It was no one's fault. The ER didn't mess up by not sending him to me first. Dad's heart was failing and was the immediate killer in his situation. It just fucking sucks because Jake had him and saved his heart, but he went into renal failure and everything started shutting down. You know how it goes? It just all landed on Jake. He thought he could do more.
Jake blamed himself? I asked, confused. Colin looked at me.
Jake is close with all of his patients, and if he loses them, he goes down pretty hard for a day or so. My dad was like a father to Jake and his brother Jim after their father died, so feeling responsible coupled with deep grief is never an easy thing to swallow. Jake may seem like he's solid as stone, but he is deeply caring, and my dad's death rocked him hard.
And you? How do you deal with the death of your patients? I've watched you this past week, and you are also extremely close to your patients.
Jake and I are a lot alike in that regard, but when it comes to grieving, that's where we differ.
How so?
Here we are talking about death, and this is supposed to be a nice taco truck date with an ocean view, Alvarez.
He looked at me like I had grown 3 heads. Sorry, I zipped up my jacket, feeling the chill of the salty air hitting my scrub top and going right through, almost causing a shiver.
Don't apologize to me unless you fuck up in my OR,
Colin said as I crossed my arms and legs to keep my body heat at an even temperature. Speaking of which, or rather, going back to that, I looked at him. How do you do it all so casually?
What, brain surgery? Is that supposed to be hard or something?
He nudged my arm and laughed. Shit, I laughed at the brilliance of his smile that I loved to be on the receiving end of. Everything. All of it. You're a natural.
I wouldn't call it that.
He dismissed the compliment. Then what would you call it? You're a highly educated, brilliant physician. I see it in how you work. I hear it in the way you talk. You had to have graduated at the top of your class, and now look at you, putting it all into play so effortlessly.
Nice guess. And you're right about graduating at the top,
he said. So that's it then. A smart ass and an even smarter doctor? Colin laughed.
Ever hear of the quote, "While wisdom dictates the need for education, education does not necessarily make one wise"?
Yes, I responded.
I can have all the education in the world and graduate at the top of my class, but without wisdom, I'm just an educated fool.
So how did you gain your wisdom? I teased him with the last word.
Experience, mostly, but I'd like to think that my innate curiosity and ability to be ultra-observant is the real reason. Being in the OR like you were today, watching everyone and everything, was vital to me. I scrutinized every move that every person made, especially the doctors. I could see when a doctor was selfish in his methods or being a chicken shit compared to the way another doctor worked. I absorbed all of those things in my internship days like I was a goddamn sponge. I knew the kind of doctor I wanted to be when I decided that I wanted to enter this field of medical science, and that I was going to be wise in my methods, patient, and use my best judgment.
That's why you got into this field of work?
I suppose I got into this field of work because there are so many fascinating obstacles to keep me challenged.
He grinned at me.
I am so damn intelligent that I get bored easily, you know. Neuroscience keeps me guessing.
Ah, of course, I answered. So, how long before Colin grows bored of Dr. Alvarez? His eyes held mine at that moment.
I've already grown severely bored of Dr. Alvarez.
He raised an eyebrow at me.
I'd like to enjoy some time with the lovely Elena for once.
I grinned. Keep staring at me with your sexy, icy blue eyes like that, and you may not know what hit you, Doctor.
That was a beautiful, extremely tempting statement, until you killed it with the doctor tagline.
I laughed. Okay. Truth?
I've been nothing but honest with you since the moment I first spoke to you,
he said without missing a beat.
I believe it's you who needs to gain my trust with your lying about being my new psych doctor when we first met in Vegas.
Shit. I couldn't think with the way he was casually leaned back and looking at me like he'd take me home and fuck me if I said the word. And that was the problem. I was back to wanting that again.
Loss for words? Just come out and say it. You know that you and I work. There's something here. Just say the damn words and I'll show you exactly what I've seen in your eyes this entire week.
You act so sure that I'm not just your girl, but the first words that came out of your mouth were that you'd be my future husband.
Glad that stayed with you since our first dance,
he added. Then I get here, and you're acting as if I'm the woman of your dreams? How am I supposed to take you seriously?
Because I am serious.
I shook my head. You have girls throwing themselves at you all day at work, and yet you settle for the one girl you hardly know?
I would never settle for anything, Alvarez,
he answered confidently. Jesus Christ, I loved that confidence. It doesn't make sense, I laughed. You don't make sense. I'm not one to be played, Brooks.
Neither am I,
he answered pointedly. So, you're going to marry me then? I thought I'd just hit him straight between the eyes. I'd love to pretend that I was as self-assured as I hoped I sounded, but the truth was that I was way past the point of no return with this guy. He didn't flinch.
You're going to marry me,
he corrected my statement. You're the most complicated man I've ever met, I said, more perplexed than before.
Here's something that might help you understand me a bit more. I don't just fall for women, especially women in the medical field.
His eyebrows rose.
If I'm honest, which I am, unlike you when we first met, I should have run the other direction that night. I should have never allowed myself to fall under some spell by your gorgeous smile and then walk out to that dance floor just to hear your laugh. I should have never gone anywhere near you, given you were a beautiful woman from our medical conference, because those are my rules. When you said who your father was, I should have had one of the men in black come to wipe your memories away so he wouldn't try to murder me for hitting on you. Even with all of those things that I shouldn't have done, wouldn't have done under any other circumstance, I didn't have a choice. There was no way that I could have stopped myself from doing all of those things. I crossed so many of my personal boundaries to get to you. I didn't just cross them. I did Olympic-level vaulting to get across them. And I'd do them all 1,000 times over without a second thought.
Our eyes were locked onto each other's at this enlightening confession of his, and I had a lump the size of Albuquerque in my throat. I smiled, my cheeks burning with fire as his lips pulled up confidently on one side, his eyes mysterious, yet so beautiful. I thought you told me you were a wise doctor, Colin Brooks. No self-control, huh? It would have been lovely to form a statement that remotely covered his heartfelt sentiment, but that stupid response was all I could manage.
I guess the heart overrides the brain,
he confirmed and leaned closer to me.
You're not the only one questioning my wisdom, however. My friends think I'm sabotaging my career because I want a piece of ass, so that goes to show the respect I get from my loved ones.
He laughed loudly, and I was grateful for the levity. Are they right?
Firstly, I would never sabotage my career, so on that count, no, they're very wrong about that.
He pressed his lips together and studied me.
I'm not historically the kind of man to have his sights set on only one woman, especially if she makes me wait so long even to call her by her first name.
So, I should feel lucky that you're giving me the time of day? I teased.
I would love to make you feel lucky all times of the day,
he said with a devilish smile. I instantly felt the throbbing between my legs and growing wet at the thought of what Colin was referring to. So you haven't had a girlfriend or anything like that? I paused while I watched him unashamedly shake his head as I spoke.
I haven't been with anyone since I met you and realized that this whole soulmate shit is real. You've become the biggest test of patience ever to challenge me.
Soulmates? I half smiled. I felt like a lunatic entertaining the thought, but maybe this was the connection I was feeling with him. It was kind of hard to make heads or tails of anything when I was so busy lusting over his beautiful face and body, on top of his personality and his genius in the OR.
I see it in your eyes right now,
he said, narrowing his eyes at me.
You're questioning it.
Perhaps. He grinned and chuckled.
It's much easier if you just fucking go with it.
I thought I'd test him and play with him because, well, why not? If not now, then when? Without giving him a chance to react, I straddled him and cradled his face in my hands. I studied Colin's eyes, sexier and more serious than I'd ever seen them. If this is the case, I said, feeling a charge of emotions I'd never felt with a man before, then I guess we should both hope I accept this fact, and soon. Colin's hand slid down my sides and over my ass. My body froze after a violent shiver surged up my spine in reaction to his graceful touch and somber expression. I wanted to do so much more with him tonight, but something deep inside told me to hold off for now. He licked his lips, and the fresh, crisp scent of his cologne was potent with our faces so close. I wanted to taste his kiss, to feel the urgency of him kissing me. I wanted all of him. I closed my eyes and exhaled.
Are you going to let me kiss you? Or is tormenting me high up on the things you enjoy doing, Alvarez?
I smiled at the way he always said my last name, as if he were a high school basketball coach. My eyes pulled from his, and the wind blowing away his delicious scent helped me come back to hold my own against the man I desperately wanted. If he wanted me like he said he did, I would find out soon enough. But not tonight. You're one intriguing man, I said, my eyes studying his. Thank you for an incredible day at work, reminding me why I love my job And this delicious dinner. I slid back to see Colin's face flustered and filled with bewilderment.
What the hell are you trying to do to me, Elena?
I bent over and kissed his forehead, my eyes closed and inhaling deeply of the man I knew deep down inside I'd fallen blindly in love with, somewhere between when we first met and this moment. I let my lips linger as I ran my fingernails through the sides of his short hair. It's Dr. Alvarez to you, and I'm trying to say thank you. I don't know how I did it, especially since I heard him let out a breath as he ran his hands over my forearms. But I managed to stand and leave the man sitting and staring as I smiled at him and then turned to walk away. If he did believe we were soulmates, as I was starting to believe myself, then we'd see how he would treat me after that. Most men would tell me to kiss their ass for wasting their time. Most would call me a bitch and probably a cock tease. But if Colin and I were going to play the soulmates game, well, that went farther than screwing and flirting. That was hardcore. That meant our souls were created to find each other one day. And they finally did. I knew I wouldn't be able to keep Colin at arm's length for much longer. I wasn't that strong, and I didn't know if I even wanted to. I wanted more, and I wanted it right now. But I wanted to relish in this feeling. It was the beginning of something immense, something epic, and I knew nothing was going to stop this.
Chapter 11. Colin. I walked into Kinder's to meet up with the guys, and, for the first time, I was the last one at the table. "If it isn't the man of the hour," my best friend Jake said, as I sat at our usual table. "And I'm all smiles," I said, sitting down and grabbing my menu. "Always," Jim, Jake's older brother and CEO of the company that owned St. John's, added. "How's the relationship moving along with Dr. Alvarez?" Alex, our close friend and the vice president of Jim's company, asked. "Well, after she decided to kiss me on the forehead a few nights ago," I started, setting my menu aside after deciding on blackened salmon, "I figured I'd give her a taste of her own medicine during our lunch break." Jake chuckled. "As fond as I've become of the woman you're obsessed with, I have to say, I loved watching her squirm with that one." "What the hell are you two talking about?" Jim asked, after the waitress quickly took our order and left. Elena, Jake, and a few others were sitting in the cafeteria, eating lunch, and I got paged to go to the OR. I reached over to the gin and tonic that had been ordered for me, took a sip, and shrugged. So before I got up, I kissed her in front of everyone, and then I left. "That is not how that shit went down," Jake laughed and took a sip of his usual scotch. "We're all sitting around the table. It happens to be one of those rare occasions that we're all having lunch in the cafeteria together." Jake shook his head as he gave me the side eye before continuing. "Call gets paged and becomes distracted with the scans that were sent to his email on his phone before he determines it's a go for surgery. Then, in front of every gossiping hen that lives and breathes hospital drama, Colin gets up," Jake dramatically raises his hands to create the full visual, turns to Elena, who is sitting at his side, and kisses her cheek before he walks away from the table. I watched Alex, the one that every chick we've ever met claimed was a younger Johnny Depp lookalike, nearly choke on the Manhattan he was casually drinking. "Spit that shit out on me and you'll pay." I raised an eyebrow at him, sitting across from me. "God in heaven," Jim said as he elbowed Alex's arm. "Here come all the jealous women complaints from St. John's again." "That's an understatement," Alex added with a laugh. "Are you sure this chick is worth all of this trouble?" "More than," I assured the table. "That's not even the best part," Jake chuckled. "Poor Elena was rendered speechless because the poor gal probably knows that every woman who has been eyeballing this sexy neurosurgeon is going to be talking shit about her," Alex interrupted. "She's only been there for what, a little over a week now?" "I told you that wasn't the best part, right?" Jake continued, without skipping a beat. So it's obvious that Colin realizes the position he just put Elena in because he stops in his tracks, turns around, and gives me, Dr. Brandt, Dr. Chu, and Dr. Brown all the same farewell he gave Elena. Cheek kisses all around? Alex burst out laughing as Jim slowly shook his head, trying not to smile. Have we been sent over complaints that Dr. Brooks is kissing doctors in the cafeteria now? Jim asked, looking at Alex. Nothing about the French farewells yet, Alex said, swallowing the last of his drink. You are a fucking lunatic, Colin. You know that, right? You either need to get somewhere with Elena or just let it go. I shook my head and remained firm. Nope, she's my girl, and she knows it too. She's just playing me right now. She'll come to her senses soon enough. I looked over at Jim, who undoubtedly saw his fair share of sexual harassment complaints. He was lucky Jake and I were close friends with each of the doctors I'd laid lips on, so I could move the gossip off of Elena and onto the fact that I was working on 72 hours of on-call sleep deprivation. Most people know that Elena and I not only work closely together, but also, you both walk around with constant fuck-me eyes toward each other, Jake interrupted. Even if I didn't know you, I could easily see that you're obsessed with the new neuropsychiatrist, a woman who's been hit on by practically every male and some female staff at St. John's, by the way. Whatever you idiots do, just keep this ball out of my court, Jim said. Seriously, Call. You and Jake have enough goddamn complaints working their way up to Alex and me since you're both hot shots. It's the burnouts who are constantly making bogus complaints, and you know it, Jake said, defending both of us. And what about Brandt? He's Mr. GQ of pediatrics. He's getting this shit too. Alex rolled his eyes. Brandt is different. That guy needs to quit messing around with the new nurses who are hired on. Dude actually blamed us for that. He said it was our fault for hiring hot nurses. Jim chuckled. I guess that's one way to spin it. It's the fact that you have a new documentary running on him now, too. He's easy on the eye, and we're sending these things off to universities with, shall we call them, eager young interns, I added. Not that I keep track, nor am I defending him because I have my own problems, and I don't care all that much, but last I heard, Brandt was in a relationship with that pediatric nurse, and he broke it off with her. Word has it, she was fucking pissed and determined to make his life a living hell. I'm just saying what I hear in passing. As you all know, I don't listen too much to the gossip brigade. This job is hard enough without finding out there's a complaint against your ass every other week. He's too good at what he does to be dealing with that shit. The waitress arrived with our food, and this conversation was doing nothing but starting to piss me off. I hated that unqualified, bitter associates scrutinized everything we did. People's lives rested in our hands, and you would think that should have been the most stressful part of the job. Dealing with HR grievances was not what any of us signed up for. The frivolous complaints seriously need to stop, Jimmy, Jake said, taking the words right out of my mouth. You guys need to put a pin in that shit. If the hospital board can't kill this nonsense, then what the hell are they good for? It comes directly to me when I have highly esteemed doctors who could be fired by the board, dipshit, Jim said, cutting into his steak. I request it from the board and then deal with the board. Your asses would have been fired long ago if I didn't oversee this shit. Then hire someone to take it on, I added. You both know it's mostly bullshit. The legitimate harassment complaints are being overshadowed by people making shit up. Alex laughed. You think we can't see through it all? Every time we get together, you both act like this is all you get on your desks, Jake added between bites. That's because you and Colin get so fucking pissed that it makes for a great dinner, Jim mused. I rolled my eyes at the two jokers sitting across from Jake and me. Okay, so once again, we're the subjects for your entertainment. Let's change the topic, shall we? You're going to ruin my fish. All right, Jim said. Moving on to more important things. We're throwing the hospital Christmas gala this weekend. I closed my eyes in annoyance. The one weekend I'd planned on going over to Elena's new place and helping her move in. I looked at Jim and sighed. Can I not catch a break in my pursuit of this woman? What the hell are you talking about? Jake questioned. This is news. Not breaking news, obviously, I said, rubbing my forehead. This gala that we are always forced to attend, what is it, 4 weeks early this time? That, my friend, is breaking news. I'm curious, do you honestly believe that unpacking boxes with Elena this weekend is going to be the start of a relationship with her? Alex asked with a laugh. God, you are off your game these days, man. I don't give a shit how our relationship begins. Whether it's cleaning toilets or unpacking boxes, the bottom line was that I would be alone with her for the first time since taking her to Long Beach. Better than that, alone in her new home. I raised my eyebrows. I figured it was a gift from God that she got her keys early and actually invited me to help her move in. Take her with you to the gala then, drama queen, Alex said. That way we can all experience your true love through your cheek and forehead kisses. More than that, if you think that shit is going to get real between you two, it's best to have the CEO and VP of Mitchell & Associates in attendance while you show up with her on your arm, Jake added. Great point. It's just a matter of convincing Elena of that. At the moment, we're just friends and are working on acting on our feelings. I pinched the bridge of my nose. I truly don't know how she feels. She smiles radiantly at everyone, has this beautiful, infectious laugh. I took another sip of my gin and tonic, my frustration rising, and really for no reason. God damn, what was going on with my obsession with her? All I have is that her cheeks turn bright pink when I flirt with her. And that ever-loving kiss to your forehead? Alex chuckled. I pursed my lips and kept my gaze on Jim's grin. What's the reason for the last-minute gala? Aside from it interfering with my plans with Elena, this was my only weekend off before I planned on taking the Friday before Christmas off for the time that we usually have this jamboree. Well, you'll have 2 weeks off the day after Christmas and through the new year now, too. We have to move things around because Avery and I decided to get married the week after Christmas. In Hawaii. I expect you still plan on being one of my groomsmen, Jim said, with a broad grin. You're shitting me, right? I questioned. You two have waited almost 6 months to finally marry, and now that you've decided on this, and it's all last minute? And... I stopped myself. I had to shut my fucking mouth because I was happier than hell that Jim and Avery had finally settled on a date to tie the knot. So if everything needed to be scheduled around that, I shouldn't have been bitching about it. It was just so annoying because I'd been looking forward to spending the entire day this Saturday, and hopefully through the weekend, with her. What the fuck ever. I couldn't seem to have anything go my way when it came to Elena. For God's sake, she still mandated that I call her Dr. Alvarez, and that was more maddening than anything. Mostly because I wasn't a fool, and I knew she had feelings for me as well, but she seemed to hold back for some reason. A reason that was driving me batshit crazy while trying to figure it out. Fuck it. I needed to stop acting childish about Avery and Jim's spur-of-the-moment planning. And? Jim pressed. Dude hasn't been laid in months, and now he's all caught up with Elena. I can only imagine how blue his balls really are. Jake laughed. That's completely true, I said. How long has it been, lover boy? Alex asked. If it was your damn business, which it's not, I smiled at Alex, a storm of an idea brewing in my head as we talked, I might tell you. I should have all you dip fucks know that I was never the one to just screw around with women. I dated them and enjoyed them while I did. Says the chump who got all of us labeled the goddamn Billionaires Club, Jim said, while rolling his eyes at that fact. If I recall correctly, you were the one who was too drunk to think and fucking around with that real estate heiress. Thanks to her, we have to explain that to anyone who finds out. That was years ago, and I ended shit like that then, too. I smirked at the three who all had their hellish histories, fucking women and breaking their hearts in their own particular and selfish ways. So that Casey girl was the last woman you seriously dated? Jim asked, trying to keep his demanding CEO composure that didn't work worth a damn around the three of us. He turned to face me. You haven't been laid in how long? Laugh it up, assholes, I said, with a smile of my own. I'll be making up for the lost time when my little spark plug finally realizes that I'm her guy. Anyway, moving on. Jim put to bed the topic of my seriously needing to get laid. We're flying out 3 days after Christmas. Schedules are cleared, and I had my assistant check for both your and Jake's scheduled surgeries. It appears there are none planned during that time. Is that right? I'm clear. I smiled at Jake, who narrowed his eyes at my grin. If anyone could tell that I was up to no good, it was my best friend. As am I. Any urgent surgeries that come up always go to Chi in my absence, Jake added. Jim had just finished texting Avery, and I reached for the phone that he was dumb enough to set between our plates. I held the phone to his face and unlocked it, knowing Jim would keep his composure given the expensive restaurant we were in. I now had the world of Jim and Avery at my fingertips. "What the hell are you doing?" Jim asked, as the waitress returned with a new round of drinks. Perfect timing, I thought, eyeing Jim with an unwavering smile. "Handling an issue with your fiancé," I said. "Try not to act like a teenager and tear the phone from my hands, please." Jim rolled his eyes after I punched the button to dial out to his most recent call, Avery, and she answered in 3 rings. "Shit, that was a quick dinner," she answered, and as usual, Avery's sailor mouth made me smile. "Actually, it's been a painfully long and hellish one," I said. "It's Colin." "Oh, hey," she said, with a surprised laugh. "What happened to Jim?" "Well, he's devastated, if I'm honest," I said, in a voice that had all eyes on me now. "Oh, fuck. Here it comes. What is it now?" she answered, likely hearing the smile in my voice. "Well, I'm not going to make it to the wedding. I just can't do this to you and Jim," I said. "Do what?" "Well, Jim informed me that I'm to be a groomsman in the Aloha wedding he just popped on us." "And that's a good thing, right? He said your and Jake's schedules were clear for this time. Where is he?" "Sitting right here, looking at me as if I've lost my mind." "Which you have," Jim grumbled. "Here's the deal," I continued, ignoring Jim. "Being a numbers guy, and the genius I am in all things, I've done the math, and this wedding will be a disaster. I assume you're having Ash's best guy friends arrange it all?" "Clay and Joe? Yes, and they're not worried about anything. Please tell me how a brainiac neurosurgeon has made this determination within the span of the evening," she said, humoring me. I rested my elbow on the table. Jim went to reach for the phone over my bullshit, but I wasn't making the point yet. I calmly held up my index finger to stop him and leaned away. "Does Clay and Joe realize that you have a groom with 3 groomsmen?" "Yes." "And how many bridesmaids to even out the beautiful wedding pictures that I'm sure will be taken as you kiss while the sun sets on the ocean's horizon?" "What the hell are you trying to—" Avery laughed. "I have my sister, Ash, and—" The line went silent. "Right. And who am I to walk with?" I questioned dramatically, which brought eye rolls from around the table and a laugh from Jake. "Imagine how Clay and Joe are going to view this nonsense. Seriously, Av? A billionaire gets married in a tropical paradise, and the whole thing looks like an offset, uneven calamity because I've got no partner. And sweet Jesus, if not me, I don't even want to think about Alex being the only one without a chick in some bright pink chiffon dress on his arm in all the pictures." "First of all," Avery started, "this wedding isn't taking place in the 1980s, so don't worry about the chiffon. Second of all, I really don't care what you guys look like so long as I get to marry the love of my life. I guess I should apologize for not taking you into consideration with my wedding plans," she added sarcastically and with a laugh. "Apology accepted, and as long as you don't care, sweet Avery," I said in a teasing voice, "then you won't care that I'll be providing the missing bridesmaid for you. She is a woman who will enhance the photos with a smile brighter than the flash of the camera." Avery laughed. "You think Elena will be down for something this crazy when she still won't even let you call her by her first name?" Do you and Jim gossip about everyone's shitty situations, or is it just my life that is the most fascinating? I asked, looking at Jim's smile. I must insist on this. I cannot in good conscience allow your wedding photos to be unbalanced. Good God, woman, you're a billionaire now. It's time to start acting like one. Oh, for the love of God, she said. I knew how much she hated all the money talk, but I couldn't resist. You can bring Ronald McDonald for all I care, just as long as it shuts you up. I don't care for his makeup, so Ronald is going to have to sit this one out, I said, hearing her laughing on the other end of the line. Hey, as long as Elena is comfortable and you aren't harassing the poor woman, then she is more than welcome to come and be a part of our wedding. I can't wait to meet her. You'll meet her, I said, and you're welcome. I ended the call and handed Jim his phone. Are you out of your mind? Jim asked. As if you hadn't known that for years, Jake responded to his brother. I know what I want, and that's the lovely Dr. Elena Alvarez. This is the brightest idea I've had since... I paused and chuckled. Well, since I decided the woman would one day realize I'm the man of her dreams. You'd better hope to God the woman doesn't think you're some insane doctor and run far, far, far away from your desperate ass after this bright idea, Alex said, shaking his head. It'll be fun, I added. Of course, I won't force her to do anything she doesn't want to do. Hell, I'm not even forcing her to go to this Christmas party if she's busy unpacking. Elena is her own woman. We are all swiftly learning that. I guess this is the part where we all place bets on whether or not Colin gets Elena on a plane to be in a wedding for someone she doesn't know. Right? Jim added. Place all the bets and wagers you've got, boys, I said. All I needed was Avery's approval, and now all I need is Elena's. You mean Dr. Alvarez, Jake teased. Don't forget you still need her approval to call her Elena, too. This should be the easiest shit you've ever pulled off. Exactly. I held up my glass and smiled confidently. Here's to you all losing your lame-ass bets against me. It was up to me to make it all work, and if I could perform brain surgery, I could pull this shit off too.
Chapter 12. Elena. I loved my office, this hospital, these patients. God, you name it, I loved it. I was happy and grateful for everything, and I was so relieved when my family drama finally started dying down at home. My brother took his attitude down a few notches after some convincing, but Dad surprised us both when he announced that he'd decided to rent out the Beverly Hills home instead of outright selling it. After coffee this morning, Dad admitted that he wasn't quite there yet, selling the home where we all shared so many fond memories. Maybe it would happen eventually, but for now, it would technically remain in the family. Either way, the time was here to juggle my moving out and Dad and Stevie needing to pack as well, because Dad wanted to move to the ranch this weekend, and I'd gotten my new keys already. Thank God I was off until Monday after I finished work tonight. Dr. Alvarez? The RN working the floor acknowledged me as I passed her in the hallway. Hey, Katie, I said. Everything going good today? Long day, she eyed me with a smile. It's good to see you up here today. Mr. Follows is almost ready to leave for the rehab center. You're just in time. Got it, I waved as she turned to continue walking away. Have a good one. I loved the staff here, every single one of them. They were all pleasant and lively to be around, making it enjoyable to come to the hospital and check on my patients. Sure, there were a few cranky RNs, techs, and doctors. But hey, sleep deprivation does that to people. Well, to everyone but Dr. Brooks, of course. God only knew how that guy functioned, working non-stop on his on-call days. Another check in the box of a dream guy, a guy who had a bright outlook on everything, even when functioning on zero sleep. Mr. Follows, I said, entering the room, seeing where his stroke had caused him to lose strength on the right side of his body. I rushed to his bedside when he smiled and tried to get up. His wife was in conversation with the rehab doctor and Dr. Waters, who'd been his surgeon since he was rushed to the hospital. I gently sat next to him, took the cloth from his hand, and dabbed the saliva that was dripping from the right side of his mouth. I know you're excited to see me, but Dr. Waters will not be pleased if I'm the reason his patient is in rehab for longer than a month. I watched him smile, but then fall back into his pillows in defeat. Hey, I said, reaching for his hand. Look at me. He did, and I saw the man I knew he was before this stroke caused him to suffer from hemiparesis. His pitch-black hair was sprinkled with gray, and his eyes showed lines that were evidence of what his family told me when I met with them yesterday. He smiled often, joked, and was a pillar of strength. I wasn't about to let him suffer or become a victim of this stroke.
Dr. Varese.
He slurred. Yes, I arched an eyebrow at him. Listen, this is a new chapter, a new challenge. I've talked to your wife and kids. I gave him a knowing grin. And they told me I was lucky to have met the strongest man they knew. Is that still true? He nodded. You're darn right it is. We talked about this yesterday. They told me that you've broken in the most stubborn young horses and even the mustangs that you and your wife rescue, right? He nodded. Talking wasn't going to be easy for him, even though he was already progressing well with his new speech therapist. I eyed his charts, seeing that he was ready to be released and in more appropriate rehab center care. My job was to prepare him for the road ahead mentally, so it would be a speedy recovery. There would be changes he would need to make to adjust to the lasting stroke damage, and it was my duty to bring him the facts and not talk down to him. I had to shoot him straight. He had to fight hard, and it was my job to make this fight worth something. Now, just like with the stubborn horses, you have to be determined and patient. Have you ever given up on a horse? I asked, seeing this man was broken. He tried to turn his head from me. Mr. Follows, I said, my voice a bit sterner. When you leave St. John's today, it's up to you if you want to give up and become a victim of this stroke. You can easily become that, but I don't think you're that kind of man. I think you're the kind of man who fights back with everything he's got, the kind of man who gets right back on that horse when he throws you from his back. He looked at me in annoyance. There are statistics that show the body has a way of recovering through these strokes, and that the neural pathways can open back up and reestablish nerve and muscle function. I squeezed his hand. You can choose here and now to leave St. John's as one of the statistics of a patient who has recovered from a stroke. Or you can give up. I won't allow the latter. You will fight back, and you will work hard. His expression grew curious.
Yes,
he managed. Yes, I repeated. I won't lie to you during this process, so I am going to tell you now that this will not be easy. This will probably be one of the most difficult things you've ever done in your life. But like the stories that I've heard about you, you're going to get back on the horse.
One of those horses should have broken his neck at least 3 times.
A young man no older than I interjected.
Dad was beaten up and bleeding from being thrown into the fencing time and time again, but he wouldn't stop. Would you, Dad?
I looked over and saw Mr. Follow's expression brighten, listening to his son, who stood at the foot of his bed.
You worked that horse until morning when I got up. Slept in,
Mr. Follows mumbled with a husky laugh. I smiled at the young man's beaming expression. Slept in? I teased, and then looked back at Mr. Follows. I have a younger brother who likes to sleep in. Drives me insane.
If you call waking up at 7 in the morning sleeping in, Dr. Alvarez,
the young man stated, standing there, impeccably dressed, looking nothing like the slacker his father might have led me to believe. I do. I lifted my chin. That suit you're wearing tells me that you know 7 in the morning is sleeping in now, too. He smirked.
Dad's always right. His stubbornness shows in everything. And yes, Dr. Alvarez, if I'm up at 7 in the morning, I'm most likely missing a morning conference call, an important meeting, or losing a client.
Your dad's going to come out of this just fine, I said. I looked back at Mr. Follows. I want to hear that you'll fight to get your life back. He nodded, his eyes still on his son. I could tell that even though the tough cowboy who lay in bed differed vastly from his businessman son, the two shared a close connection, and Mr. Follows would be in great hands with his wife and son. I stood. I love to check in on my patients before they leave for rehab. So, don't think for 1 second I'm letting you off easy by walking out of this room right now. You promise me that when I show up in a few weeks, you're going to be ready to get home and saddle up.
If there's one thing I know about you, old man,
his son said with a laugh,
it's that the only thing that will stop you from getting back on those horses is death itself.
He looked at me.
My mom said we could consult with you for anything. Is this part of Dad's recovery plan?
Yes, I'm here for anything. The rehab center is in the new wing and close to where I can make rounds on my lunch if needed, I said. And I will. Your dad will recover. He just needs to be determined and fight when his body doesn't want to fight. His son scratched the shadow on his cheek. I could see that it was difficult for the man to see his dad like this, but I also saw that same fire in his eyes.
So, I get to finally be the one to boss you around now, eh?
I wouldn't let him, I said, siding with Mr. Follows. You show your son that Dad's strong spirit is alive and well.
Thanks, Dr. Alvarez,
his son said, as the doctor and Mrs. Follows were wrapping things up. The rehab doctor was ready to bring in his team to transport Mr. Follows to their facility. It truly was up to him to fight, and I would be there to check in every step of the way. Discouragement was such a silent mental killer if you let it take over. In a stroke victim's case, that could easily happen. It was my job to help them. This won't be easy, I repeated, but any success is monumental to progress in retraining your mind to do things. I will see you soon enough, Mr. Follows. I smiled at the family. You all have my information on his discharge papers. It is in his care plan with St. John's and our rehabilitation center for any of you to make an appointment for consultations. Please don't hesitate to make an appointment for anything. With that, I took my leave with Dr. Waters, and we both walked back to our offices together.
You are an amazing doc, Elena,
Dr. Waters said.
It's nice having you on the floor like this. I don't know how you make the time for it.
I looked over at the man who was number 2 on the cocky neurosurgeon list at St. John's. Everyone knew who number 1 was. Dr. Waters was a bit older than Dr. Brooks, but still young, being in his mid-40s. I did find it strange that St. John's was almost like a soap opera hospital. Young, hot doctors and nurses floating around this extravagant place. I'm just grateful you trust your patients in my care. I'm still new and have a lot to prove. To have doctors trusting me with their patients is quite an honor, I answered, as we turned toward the back doors that led into our offices outside of the hospital.
What makes you think we trust you and aren't testing you?
He said in his dick voice, something I was accustomed to with men like him. I hope you're testing me, I answered confidently, because if I were getting things spoon-fed to me around this place, I'd probably suck at my job.
Oh?
He smirked as we stopped, and I turned to open my office door.
I hardly think you'd suck at your job. Your smile alone is enough to rehab any patient.
I laughed, pulling off my lab coat and turning to pack up my desk. Amusing. If only that were the case, then I wouldn't have had to bust my ass in college, med school, and internships.
Good night, Elena.
He smiled and then left me to pack things up. It was Thursday night, and my stuff should have been delivered and moved into my new place, ready for me to go through and unpack this weekend. I pulled out my phone to confirm the movers had shown up, and Stevie was there to let them into the apartment. God bless his little nightlife soul. He was taking the week off to help Dad and me clear the main house and move out for the cleaners to prepare the place for the new renters. Part of me knew that Dad could hold off, and should have, to save us all this crazy time crunch in getting out of the house. But he was ready to go to Malibu. And after talking horses and seeing the cowboy and Mr. Follows, I was excited to get out to the ranch and greet the horses.
Dr. Waters, eh?
I heard Colin's light-hearted voice say. I placed my briefcase on my desk and looked up at the man, leaning casually in my doorway. He had his arms crossed and a leg smoothly crossed over the other one. Damn it. I had trained my eyes and brain to get used to this man by now. So why was I acting like it was the first time I'd seen Colin looking hotter than ever in his dark suit? "Dr. Waters?" I questioned with a laugh. "I just finished up with one of his patients he's sending to rehab."
"Ah,"
Colin answered, eyes illuminating with his vibrant smile.
"You realize that guy is so slimy that if you poured salt on him, he'd dissolve into a pile of goo, right?"
Well, shit. I sat back in my chair and rubbed my forehead. Too bad you're not a shrink like me, then.
"I could easily fix any problem you might have if your mind is leading you down a path to date some slimy geek of a man."
I bet you could. I laughed, trying to cover up the fact that my body was aching for things to turn into something more than unpacking boxes and setting up my bed this weekend. "What makes you think he'd even be up for a date with me, Dr. Brooks?" Colin glanced over his shoulder and then smiled back at me.
"Unlike you, I've actually listened in on the gossip that is brewing around the floors of this hospital. It looks like you're the new hottie that the doctors and nurses—"
"Oh, God, don't." I closed my eyes and held up my hand. Colin laughed.
"You seem a bit flustered, Dr. Alvarez."
In the new Colin fashion, he seemed to know when things could work me up, like hospital gossip directed at me in such a way, and he diffused it with a smile.
"And why the hell does that guy get to call you Elena?"
"I think you know exactly why by now," I said, somewhat annoyed. "And please don't tell me that people are talking like this about me."
"Everyone adores you,"
he said, more sincerely this time.
"You are quite the asset to St. John's, and that's not just me speaking as your future husband, either."
That was all it took, and I chilled out some. "Well, I love working here," I added. "Whether I'm speaking with my future husband or not, I am about to find out if the brain and spinal surgeon can put a bed together this weekend." His lips tightened.
"About that,"
he said in a lowered voice.
"I'm sure you heard through the rumor mill that runs stronger than the Whitewater Rapids through Arizona that we have a Christmas event this Saturday evening."
"Yes," I said. "And those rapids in Arizona and Utah are both quite the adrenaline rush." His face lightened, and that beautiful Colin smile spread broadly.
"You enjoy whitewater rafting, Dr. Alvarez?"
"Absolutely. Sort of an addiction." I shivered with excitement, remembering the many times we vacationed in Colorado, Utah, and Arizona just to take on the rapids. "I love the feeling of adrenaline coursing through my veins." I exhaled, feeling almost that same way as I noticed an expression I'd never seen on Colin's face before. God, it was as painful as looking into the sun right now. I could barely hold my own against his flawless face and this cursed smile that could be a superpower against evil, if that were even possible. Wow. His forehead creased, while his eyebrows shot up as if he'd just been slapped with the most enormous revelation of his life.
"You really are my other half."
"Because I'm an adrenaline junkie?" I chuckled.
"Precisely because of that."
"You enjoy whitewater rafting?" I asked, somewhat surprised.
"You have no idea the adrenaline me and my best friends chase. Well, mainly Jake and me because the other two are boring, CEO workaholics."
He laughed.
"Listen, I have to go to this gala, and I promised James Mitchell that I would ensure his latest hire, the amazing Dr. Elena Alvarez, would be there. So, how about we go to this Christmas thing together? And while we're in the holiday spirit, we'll hit up a Christmas tree farm. We can pick out a tree for your new place on Saturday morning, and we can manage the unpacking and moving in around—"
He raised his shoulders in excitement.
"Well, around this festive holiday season."
"You do have me figured out," I smirked. "All but the part where Mr. James Mitchell is requesting me to show up. Last I recall, this was to recognize the best through the year at St. John's, celebrate the holidays, and give out special bonus checks. Me being here for less than a month says that I get to duck out of this event." Colin's lips twisted.
"Even after I offer to buy the Christmas tree for your home?"
"Even after all of that."
"Decorate it too?"
he said in some playful voice. "You're going to decorate a tree that you plan on randomly buying me?"
"Yup.
he said resolutely. With what ornaments?
Whatever ornaments you have.
I don't have any. Colin grinned.
Well then, that allows me to help buy our first Christmas ornaments together.
Slow down. I stood, ready to leave. You have fun at the Christmas party, and I'll text you my address if you still want to give me a hand unpacking. Colin pulled up from reclining in my doorway and walked toward me.
What are you so afraid of with me?
He asked, almost as serious as he seemed curious. I'm not afraid of you, I said. I have to get moved in.
I already said that I'd help.
I have no type of Christmas party outfit to wear, I finally admitted.
Good God, Alvarez,
he said, plopping into one of the seats across from my desk.
You're in Southern California during party season. I'll take you out personally to buy the dress. Then, I say we make an appearance at this party and bounce.
I eyed Colin, becoming more relaxed and casual. If I'm honest, Colin—
Which historically is not your strong point when it comes to me,
he interrupted, never missing a chance to rub my Las Vegas lie in my face.
Continue.
Fine. I'll go, I said. Let's give us a try, starting with a chaotic event that I'm not prepared for, a looming move that's hanging over my shoulders, and— I stopped and smiled at him as he nodded along.
And
his eyebrows rose.
The Christmas tree you'll be picking. That, in and of itself, should be enough to put a strain on trying us out.
I'm picky with my trees, I said.
I'm picky with who I invite to last-minute hospital Christmas parties.
Then it's a date. You and me, the two pickiest people on the planet, trying out a date.
You said you loved adrenaline, right? Addicted to it. I believe those were the words you used.
He stood and said with wide eyes.
Crave it?
Live for it.
Then I'm sure I'll find a way to satisfy your adrenaline addictions.
He turned to walk out.
I'll have you addicted to me.
He stopped and eyed me.
And I'm sure you're not afraid since you made it very clear you're a fearless woman.
My heart decided to take off at a rapid pace again, knowing exactly what he was talking about, and me wanting him more than ever before. I'll meet you there, I said.
No, you won't.
He smiled.
This isn't going to be a separate cars situation. I'll drive you. Text me your address, Alvarez. I'm not going to be in the office tomorrow, so I won't see you until party night.
Fine, I'll see you then.
And it's about time.
He smiled. Hey, I caught him before he left my office. I rubbed my forehead, knowing I needed to keep my priorities straight. Seriously, I don't think I should go to the party. I really need to get up and help my dad unpack at the ranch. Colin seemed to be unaffected by that.
Well, then we'll unpack 2 houses this weekend.
He answered.
I don't give a damn. I'm not letting you back out of this.
I met his challenging grin with one of my own. I'm off this weekend, and I'm headed to the ranch tomorrow. I shouldn't break up everything with a Christmas party.
Well, it's a good thing I have the weekend off too, isn't it?
You seriously think you're going to go to the ranch and help me get my dad all squared away?
I seriously think I'm taking you to that Christmas party, and I'll do whatever it takes to make it happen.
His smile broadened.
And here I had no idea you had the entire weekend off until now. It looks like we're unpacking Papa Alvarez tomorrow, making Christmas party appearances, unpacking your place on Saturday, and then,
he pursed his lips,
we'll be a solid couple by Monday morning.
Sometimes you're too sure of yourself. I narrowed my eyes at his confidence. Okay, I let out a breath. Meet me at the ranch in Malibu. We'll see how sure you are of this solid couple thing by Monday morning after dealing with my dad.
Best to get his kicking my ass out of the way now instead of later. Give me your digits, Alvarez,
he said, taking my phone number as I laughed in disillusionment that he was willing to do any of this.
Great. Now here's mine.
He smiled as he texted me.
See you bright and early at the Alvarez Ranch.
He winked and walked out of the room. My phone buzzed, and I glanced down at it. 555-230-8927.
Save this number as my future husband.
I couldn't do anything other than smile at Colin's text, reminding me of the name he used when we first met. The man would most likely have his confidence shaken by my dad tomorrow. I sure as hell wouldn't want to be in Colin's position anyway. Hell, I didn't even want to deal with Dad going off on my brother's lazy ass, but I was putting off unpacking my stuff until Saturday so I could get this out of the way. I wanted Dad settled, and God help me if Stevie had been sleeping all week and hadn't yet lifted a finger to help. At least we had my future husband helping out. As far as I was concerned when it came to moving, the more help, the merrier. If I was honest with myself, I was excited about this. I was excited to be around this man who excited me so much. It was time to get to know Dr. Brooks better and see if he crumbled under pressure outside of work, because he sure as hell didn't seem to let any form of pressure get to him otherwise.
Chapter 13. Colin. I pulled up to the Alvarez family ranch and parked next to Elena's Land Rover. People were in and out of the front door, carrying boxes and working to help Miguel get this house moved in as fast as the man would call his surgical team into the OR for a trauma-related surgery. I had to give Dr. Alvarez some credit. Never in my life would I have imagined the man to have such a badass ranch in Malibu. The house was across the Pacific Coast Highway and hidden in the mountains that overlooked the beach. The rustic yet contemporary log cabin sat peacefully overlooking the ocean and was surrounded by small pastures shaded by the mountain bluffs beyond them. This was undoubtedly any horse lover's dream if they loved the serenity of the mountains, accompanied by the ability to gaze at the ocean from their front porch. The barn and horse stable sat beyond the detached garage and matched the main house with their log and slate rock exteriors. Definitely a place you couldn't easily find on the coast in Southern California. Hell, I lived on the beach 20 minutes down the road from this place, and it was an entirely different world from where I stood at Miguel's house. I knocked on the knotty pine double doors, and the one man I knew who may or may not be happy to see me answered it. "Brooks," he said. He gave me a stiff nod. Then his forehead creased in humor as the man brought me in for a hug. What the hell? Didn't expect this. Damn it, it's good to see your ugly face again. I teased him like we were at the hospital. I have to admit, the old battlefield isn't the same without you there. I already know that. Get in here, he said with some humor. What brings you out here? A patient? Ready to resign that chief position already? Funny, I said, glancing around and seeing the man was entirely moved in. I was actually invited by another Dr. Alvarez. Elena came walking up, wearing a pair of overalls with a red and black checkered flannel over them. Her smile was mischievous and giddy all at once. You may know her. She's good at misleading me into believing her little white lies. My adorable and innocent Elena? Miguel laughed and draped around Elena, who held an open moving box in her hands. White lies? Never. She was more beautiful now than ever. She had a handkerchief tied around her head, holding her hair back from her face, and the red material made her bronze eyes pop more than when she wore makeup to enhance them. That's right, Poppy, she said, leaning into her dad. These are the first of the memory lane boxes you won't let that company touch. Colin and I will get them up into the attic. Colin and I were just about to catch up, kid, Miguel said. I'm ready for a beer, and now that the boxes are unpacked and moved in, it's time to relax. Elena bit down on her lower lip when my eyes met hers, knowing she'd lured me out here to spend time with her dad, but this time he wasn't my co-worker. He was the father of the woman I was infatuated with. I could see it in her challenging smile, and I could sense it in Miguel, but at the moment, I was somewhat lost. Was Miguel going to sit me down and tell me to keep my ass far away from his daughter? Or was he poking back at Elena and on my side with the fact that the man didn't need help moving in, as it was apparent he'd hired a company to do most of the work for him? Nah, there was no way Miguel was taking my side over his beautiful and tricky daughter. You told me you needed help moving in, and I dropped everything to show up and find out you hired a company to do most of the work. Colin offered to help too, and now look at us. That's why I'm offering up a beer. He smirked. At 8 in the morning? Elena raised an eyebrow to her dad. I don't think so. You need to unpack your office. Stevie needs to wake his ass up and help unpack his stuff. And there is a room full of boxes of stuff from us kids I need to get up into the attic, she challenged her dad. You go wake Stevie up and get back to your office. We'll relax with a beer later, old man. Miguel shrugged. And you think you can handle that one? He asked as Elena turned to give directions to a group of movers who had walked in with more boxes. Good God, Brooks. You're in over your head with her. I see I've been the topic of conversation. I smiled, following him into the house. Well, when my Laney comes home saying that a handsome fellow who goes by the name Dr. Colin Brooks proposed to her on the dance floor, then yes. He turned back and smirked at me before he clapped me on the arm. Anyone who takes that kind of interest in my daughter becomes the topic of conversation in my family. He glanced over at his daughter as she spun around and walked toward us. And allowing you to spend time with her might keep her off my butt for a while. Oh, Poppy, Elena came back with a laugh. Get to your office. Colin, you're with me. Miguel nodded. Gee, thanks for the help. He chuckled, then disappeared, and left Elena and me to haul boxes up to a massive attic. Elena was on a mission to clear the boxes out of the room where they'd been stacked. We worked to organize the boxes in sections, and I studied a picture of a strikingly beautiful woman that had slipped out of a box with the name Lydia scrawled on the side. It looks like the genetics of beauty run strong in your family, I said. Elena chuckled and took the portrait of the woman from my hand. This is my older sister, Lydia, she said. She's gorgeous, right? I studied the sharp features of Lydia's face. Her piercing green eyes made me feel as if she were sizing me up through the picture alone, and her ruby red lips set off her thick, pitch-black hair. She was beautiful, that was certain, but I'd been around my fair share of beautiful women who had a similar, mysterious look in their eyes. I looked back at Elena's bronze eyes as she patiently watched me, and those feelings I felt the first night I saw this lively woman returned. She was perfect in every way and soothing to a soul that had been searching too long to find its other half. Not nearly as gorgeous as you, I said. Well, you'd be the first to think that, she responded with a laugh. Lydia's even won some pretty fierce modeling competitions. That wouldn't surprise me at first glance. I pursed my lips. But she's not as beautiful as my future wife. Elena's cheeks tinted pink. Get over here. I need some help with this heavy box. I followed Elena over to her section and saw where she had a box open. This one? I asked, seeing ribbons and trophies in it. Yeah, I need it moved over here. Hold up. I knelt when I saw a picture of a teenage girl, dressed in an equestrian riding outfit and holding on to a stunning thoroughbred. Is this you? I asked, pulling out the old golden picture frame. Elena laughed. That's Cookie and me. He was the best jumper around. I can tell. He won a hell of a lot of trophies and ribbons, I said, seeing first place written on pretty much everything in this box. Hey, I did some of the work for us to get those too. She reached into the box, pulling out a picture of the horse standing alone. I miss this guy, she said, running her fingers over the image. You enjoyed jumping then? I asked, intrigued to find out more about her. Well, the adrenaline part was mostly what kept me going. I would sneak Cookie out of the stables, and we'd race through the mountain trails so that I could feel his power surging through him. So, I smiled at her soft expression, is the woman who has captivated me into horses? I love them. They're therapeutic to ride. To feel that raw power come to life and turn the reins loose. I love every minute of it. I know how you feel. I grew up doing the same. Perhaps we crossed paths during a competition once? Perhaps, she said playfully. Maybe one day I'll find another feisty horse like Cookie and use my weekends off to come here to feel the freedom of being on the horse again." I eyed her, seeing the look of wonder in her eyes, and the first and only thought that hit me was fulfilling her wish. "Hey, I saw that your dad had 3 or 4 beautiful thoroughbreds out in that pasture. Not good enough for you?" Elena laughed and folded up the box top. "No," she said. "2 of those horses are being boarded here, and the other 2 are Dad's and Stevie's. I wasn't living in California when Dad and Stevie bought them. They got them from some ranch in the Central Valley. Great horses, but I would have saved up a bit more money and bought from Nat Summers." I laughed in response to that. "What?" Elena returned my laugh. "My old man knew Grant Nat Summers. I knocked out his son in a fight in the 7th grade, but hey, I bet I could still get you a good deal on one of his horses. They are the best." I chuckled. "Well then," she rocked back and sat on her heels. "There's no hope for you and me for sure now. I knew there was a reason I couldn't date you." "I'll make you a promise here and now." I smiled at her confidently. "Another promise." She smiled as she pointed to the box. "I need that over here, you goof." I picked up the box and followed Elena to a darker corner of her section in the attic. Then I stopped her when I put my arm up on a stack of boxes, our bodies so close that I could hardly handle the energy between us.